What it do? It's the Strictly Ghetto Engine, aka Vino the Most, aka Lil V, aka Trilly Trill, aka Got Dream. Power to the motherfucking people, like the big homie Smoke. And what's up to all my Strictly Ghetto engines out there representing this big engine country? You know, like Hawk School, and I digress like Root. Word. Hey, what it do? As you see, I just dropped the fifth part of the General Jesup diary, and we just skim through this 1 through 5. And the reason that I'm bringing this information to the people is because within the diary, you can see that the black people have leadership roles. Yeah, they try to paint some of them as slaves, and stuff like that. But in a lot of parts, they're leaders, they're influencers, they're making a lot of decisions for a lot of people. They the middlemen. They doing a lot of shit for the Seminoles, from what General Jesup is saying in his diary. So we gonna skim through it. It's gonna be a long process, a long little build. So we're gonna go through all 5 parts, and I'm gonna point out little interesting parts that I feel that's interesting. To show the people that, yeah, it was some black people already over here in America doing American shit. And, you know, they got caught up in the mix. This is the story. This is part of the story. So let me turn this down a little bit. Over here, Pervin. We're still gonna build out. So General Jesup, a little small background. Here, United States General. He had put it down. He was the one to be able to get the Seminoles to be able to move out to Oklahoma. This is the guy right here that was able to influence the Seminoles to move to Oklahoma, because before that, they had a difficult time moving the Seminoles up out of Florida. So they say this is the guy that put it all together. They got the Seminoles up out of Florida. So we first look at this story, and just like I say, we're gonna break down how the black people had a lot of influence with leaders, and the United States was doing business with them during wartime. And I don't know, it's just kind of crazy, you know, that, you know, they say that they slaves, they had to be this, they had to be that, but during wartime, they sitting at the table with generals. If that's the case, why the general just didn't capture them and just take them in like that? So I got a lot of questions. I always had a lot of questions coming up, but I never really just dug into it like that. But we digging into it right now, so we're finna get to it.
Diary of General Thomas Sidney Jesup while commanding his first campaign of the Second Seminole War from October 1st, 1836 to May 30th, 1837. The diary describes his perspective on the war, including the movement of troops, the nature of the conflict, and his meetings with Seminole leaders.
His meeting with Seminole leaders. So I'm taking it that the names that we're going to get from this had to be the leaders. If the general is talking to the leaders, what the hell the general is doing talking to a damn slave for? Okay.
1836 notes October 1st. In consequence of a letter from the acting Secretary of War dated the 17th of September, and received by GLJ on the night of the 26th of that month, and of a letter of the 19th of September from Major Cross informing him that the members of the government desired that he should proceed to Florida, he determined, night, to go thither. Immediate arrangements were made to close the business with which he had been charged in the Creek country, and to provide for the protection of the country in his absence. October 2nd. Employed in arrangements for the movement to Florida.
So they pulled him from the Creek country, so he had to be coming from Alabama, Tennessee, Georgia area before he came to Florida.
The water having fallen in the Chattahoochee, the Marines and other troops ordered to Florida were directed on the 30th to move by land. And in barges to Irwinton they were directed to proceed yesterday. The artillery moved under Major Churchill, but the Marines were detained for transportation. Lieutenant Colonel Brooks, having expressed a wish to return to New York to close some public business, was ordered thither, and Major Irving was directed to remain in command in the Creek country. Captain Washington was left in command near Tuskegee at the camp of Echo Harjo, one of the chiefs who accompanied Colonel Lowe to Florida. October 3rd was employed in preparation and in completing arrangements.
So what makes it so crazy about that, Echo Harjo is supposed to be one of the Seminole chiefs, but as we see that he really coming from Alabama, he really a Creek. So it was a lot of Creeks that ended up coming into Florida and ended up claiming Seminole, to where they were saying that they wasn't Creeks. Now they Seminole. And the government is using them to be able to influence the Seminoles to be able to move up out of Florida.
For the movement of the troops, steamboats having been provided to secure the commands at Irwinton, and the Henry Crowell having been employed to tow barges to the Snake Shoals, 14 miles below Fort Mitchell. General J determined to move by that route and made his arrangements accordingly. October 4th, General J, with two officers of his staff, Lieutenant Call Stanton and Lieutenant Chambers, set out in company with the Marine Corps under Colonel Henderson, and arrived in the afternoon at the Snake Shoals. The steamboat and barges were not found there as expected. October 5th, information was received that the steamboat expected was on a bar below the shoals and near Roanoke. In consequence of which General J determined to proceed through the Hatchie, Chubby, and Cowagee swamps to Irwinton, NAC. Accompanied by Dr. Lawson, Chambers, Lieutenant McCrabb, and an Indian guide, a servant, and interpreter, he traversed those swamps and arrived at Irwinton late in the afternoon. Several miles from the town he met Captain with a company of mounted volunteers going out on a scout into the swamp. Major Lomax with 2 companies of artillery was at Irwinton. He was ordered to march by land to Fort Gaines. Captain Leone with a detachment of 6 soldiers was left to go down by water. General J was detained by business at Irwinton the whole of the 6th and on the morning of the 7th of October. He sent out by land for Fort Gaines, accompanied by Dr. Lawson and Lieutenant Chambers. The doctor, on getting out of the boat at the ferry, was thrown from his horse and severely injured. He was able to go on, however, but in great pain. The party crossed Major Lomax on the road about 10 o'clock. Arrived at Fort Gaines at 3-Ware Drive. Lawson was obliged to remain in consequence of the injury he had sustained. General J, not finding steamboats at Fort Gaines, crossed the river and proceeded down on the Mount Vernon Road 15 miles to General Smith's, where he spent the whole of the 8th and part of the 9th waiting for steamboats, which were expected to pass and which it was believed would land at the General's Wood Yard. Major Lomax joined today. 9. General J set out in the afternoon for Henry Courthouse past the village 3 or 4 miles, to Wilson's, at the shoal where several steamboats were lying not able to pass the bar. Major Lomax was ordered to follow with his battalion by land. 10. Major Lomax came up, visited the steamboats. The Leffler has passed the bar, went on board, having made conditional arrangements for the movement of the several detachments of troops, and ordered the discharge of one of the steamboats lying above the bar. Arrived at Mount Vernon, sent to the post office to ascertain whether dispatches had been sent to me by Governor Call. Found none. Sent dispatches to Governor from this place. Proceeded forward to Apalachicola. 12. arrived at Apalachicola, directed Major Clark at New Orleans to forward to Tampa Bay 10,000 bushels of corn and to employ and send to the same place a master carpenter and 5 or 6 good carpenters. Directed Major Crow, Q Master at Palatka, to procure 200 cords of wood for steamboats. Required a large supply of ordnance stores. 13. Steamboat merchant arrived from Tampa Bay brought dispatches from Colonel Lowe informing me of the active one of supplies, description at that port. Required 100,000 rations of hard bread, 100,000 of bacon, 290 pack saddles, 100 cords of wood for steamboats and 50 axemen. Captain of the merchant directed to take the troops and luggage on board for Tampa. Colonel Stanton ordered to remain to superintend the forwarding of supplies and to direct the means of transportation. Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield ordered to place 2 his companies in camp near St. Mark's. Lieutenant directed to remain in the vicinity of that place with the horses and mules which he took from Fort Mitchell and Columbus. Corresponded with Colonel Walker in relation to an error in General Scott's report of the 2nd of July. And of false statements in the public prints as to captures made by General Morris's command of Alabama volunteers. Set out today on board the merchant for Tampa Bay. 15. At sea nothing of importance occurred. Arrived at Tampa during the night. 16. Assumed the command of the troops south of the Withlacoochee. Called on Major Clark for the 200 mules and pack saddles heretofore ordered 50,000 bushels of corn, blacksmith tools, carts, rope, oilcloth covers for pack saddles. India rubber haversacks 100,000 feet of plank with nails, a corps of pack horsemen, a corps of laborers, lighters. He gave detailed instructions to Major Churchill, the commander at Fort Brooke, the 17th of October. Reported to the Adjutant General, from Major Clark 25 marine boats. And wrote to him on the subject of portable soup for the troops. 18. Wrote to Captain Chase at Pensacola on the subject of marine boats. The captain of the steamboat merchant ordered to the mouth of the Withlacoochee with a part of the troops and cargo. Wrote to Major Cross, asked for Captain Waite and Lieutenant Crossman to join me. 19.
So as you see, as soon as he get into Florida, he doubling up everything. He need more troops. He need more horses. He need more of this. He need more of that. He calling in, hey, I need this. I need this. Hey, I'm placing the order. We need this.
Wrote to Governor Schley requesting a regiment of mounted volunteers. Looked for the Withlacoochee. 20. Required from the governor of Alabama an additional battalion of volunteers for 12 months. Arrived tonight at the mouth of the Withlacoochee. 21 ND. Finding no hostiles at the mouth of the Withlacoochee, and finding Colonel Lowe, as expected, left 130,000 ball buckshot cartridges for Governor Call.
He said that he left 130,000 buckshot cartridges. 130,000. They ready for war. Yeah, they ain't playing. They definitely ready for war. That's what they coming with.
Major Whiting's command on board a transport and ordered him to Tampa Bay. Communicated with General Reed and other officers. The United States steamer, having been lost on the bar at the mouth of the Withlacoochee, called on Major Clark for a boat to supply her place in addition to 200,000 tons of hay ordered some time ago, 150,000 tons additional ordered. Addressed a letter to Colonel Lowe, and directed the captain of the merchant to Apalachicola via St. Mark's. 22. Proceeded in the merchant to St. Mark's, where we arrived on the morning of the 23rd. Arrived at St. Mark's, learnt the death of Colonel Lowe, and that the Tennesseans had fallen back to Black Creek with the loss of several hundred of their horses. and that Powell with a large force of Indians was on the Withlacoochee, reported to cessy of war, ordered Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield to proceed by water to Tampa Bay, wrote to Gov.
So whenever they say Powell, they talking about the famous Seminole. Dang, that's crazy. His name just slipped my mind that quick. That's crazy. Osceola. I'm tripping. Osceola. So when they say Powell, they're talking about Osceola. So as you see, Osceola is brought up early in the game. You know what I'm saying? He brought up early in the game. They got his eyes on Osceola. But there's going to be some interesting stuff about Osceola later on within this diary.
Call by Express sent him memoranda of a plan of campaign, accidentally learnt that a detachment of the 4th Infantry was at Sewanee Old Town without either force or resistance. 24 not able to obtain. Here, left in the Merchant for Apalachicola. Arrived at night of the same day. 25. Found the Marines and other troops here. Ordered Colonel Stanton to proceed to Pensacola, Mobile, and New Orleans, to purchase small steamboats and barges as a quantity of lumber ordered. Wrote to Major Nelson and Governor Schley on the subject of a regiment of volunteers, sent Lieutenant McCrabb to muster them. Wrote to Commodore Dallas on the subject of the repair of the river boats Dade and American, and of supplying crews for them. 26. Ordered Lieutenant Watkins to close the business of the Q Master and Commissary's Department at Apalachicola, and proceed in a vessel chartered for this purpose to the mouth of Sewanee and thence to Withlacoochee and Tampa Bay, all vessels loaded with supplies. 27 departed in the Merchant for Tampa Bay with the Marines and other troops, Major Lomax's command having been sent on a sail vessel. 28 arrived at Tampa Bay. 29 wrote to Governor Clay, in reply to his letter of the 3rd. In relation to the troops that had been called into service under General, and the claims for supplies in that section of country, replied to W.G.O. Whitman on the subject of his claims, directed Major Clark to pay their claims, and directed D. Vinton to remain on duty at Tallahassee. 30 Colonel Henderson directed to take the immediate command of the port. Major Churchill placed in charge of the parties constructing boats. 31. Captain of the steamboat Merchant ordered to proceed to the mouth of the Withlacoochee to retrieve any communication from General Reed, then proceed to St. Mark's, take change of the mail for Tampa. Take on board in Tampa a portion of Colonel Caulfield's command if possible, and return without delay to Tampa. Colonel Caulfield written to on the subject of the movement of his command. Wrote to the Secretary of War in relation to the inadequate pay of the officers and soldiers of the Army and of the inconvenience to which those with families are subjected by Order No. 58. Recommended a grant of land to all below the rank of Major General who serve in Florida. Wrote to Governor Clay on the subject of a draft turned over to Colonel Stanton.
So when all this get done, they all gonna get granted some land. They all gonna get granted some land. So, the generals back then that was in the army, most of them was a lot of owners, a lot of slave owners, was a lot of business owners. So, got to be on the lookout for that.
November. 1 Captain Page informed that the arrangements made by Governor Clay for calling an Indian force into service had been sanctioned by General Jesup, and that the arrangements to feed their families had also been sanctioned.
So now they calling in Indian force, and you already know where they coming from. They coming from where he just came from, the Creeks. So they calling in the Creeks to come help them fight the Seminoles, which you already know that basically that's their cousins because the Creeks basically turned some of them turned Seminole, and now they I don't know, it's supposed to get crazy in this story. But as you see, General Jesup is already paying or already feeding some Creeks and feeding their family, so you know they gonna go. They own go already. They gonna be there at 10 Hut.
The captain was directed to settle all claims for these purposes or refer them to Washington for instructions. Heads of corps were directed to furnish articles of the clothing required for their respective commands, and the quartermaster was required to send to New Orleans for whatsoever might be required. 2. General J. had a night attack of hemorrhage of the lungs brought on by a slight cold and a paroxysm of coughing. He continued, however, on his feet and engaged in his ordinary duties. 3. Major Cross written to on the subject of the general arrangements for the campaign. A corps of laborers and mechanics with axemen and drivers required. The charge of powder being considered by General J too heavy, Colonel Henderson was directed to constitute a board for the purpose of making experiments to determine the reduction process to be made. Reported to the Adjutant General and included a roster of the troops. Also included copies of requisitions on the Governor of Georgia and Alabama for 12 months volunteers. November 4th, General J. required of Governor Clay 500 militia drafts, and directed that Captain Harding or Lieutenant Kibbe should muster them into service. 5. General J, though extremely feeble, still discharging blood from his lungs, acted on the proceedings of a general court-martial. 6. Confined to his room but wrote to the Secretary of War and to the Adjutant General. 7. Still confined, much distracted by excessive pain about the chest. Expectoration slightly tinged with blood, walked out to the mess house. Received papers announcing the decease of Dr. Lovell. Surgeon General wrote to the Secretary of War and urged the appointment of Dr. Lawson. 8. General J. confined all day to his room, considerable discharge of blood from the lungs, excessive pain and great debility, confined all day to bed. 9. Better confined to room but not to bed. Major Lomax ordered to Frederick as a witness before a court of inquiry. The quartermaster directed to exchange horses unfit for draft for those fit for draft, if possible, and directed to dispose of unbroken mules in the same way. 10. November. Still confined to room, bleeding slight. Dr. L directed cooling medicine. Colonel Henderson directed to have a schooner searching for ardent spirits. Many of the soldiers as well as the workmen bring found drunk. 11. Horses and mules ordered to Tampa not being received. Captain Morrow, Q. Master, was ordered to Mobile to purchase from 80 to 100 horses, with halters, and was instructed to employ a competent wagon worker and from 15 to 20 good wagon drivers. General Hogan written to on the same subject. Major Cross written to by Lieutenant Chambers on this subject of the deficient improvements for the service. Lieutenant Hall of the Marine Corps, in consequence of ill health, authorized to proceed to the north. 12. Sent a vessel to the mouth of the Withlacoochee with rifle powder, rifle flints, and subsistence stores for the force under Governor Call. Wrote to him and sent a copy of a communication from Captain Payne of the Navy detailing the incidents of an expedition to Charlotte Harbor. Sent the mounted men out to scan the country, fires having been seen supposed to be about 20 miles from Tampa. Wrote to General Reed the vessel sent to the mouth of the Withlacoochee directed to proceed to St. Mark's with a mail and to return with letters for this port. November 13th. wrote to Captain Payne, requested him to send an expedition also to cooperate with the commanding officer of the port during the absence of the army in the field. Lieutenant Watkins ordered to proceed in the vessel to the Withlacoochee in charge of the lines. General J still confined to his room. 14. Still confined to room but much better. Able to attend to business. 15.
Dang, so the general was sick. So he had to be a good general for them to call him in, and for him to be sick. As soon as he come in, he got to stay in the bed. Crazy.
Received the report of the board appointments to make experiments in relation to the cartridges. A deduction of the quantity of powder recommended. A general court-martial ordered. 16th. Employed in ordinary duties, still feeble with occasional slight discharges of blood. 17. Captain King of the Alabama Volunteers ordered to Tuscaloosa to hasten on the troops required from Alabama, and authorized to take his seat as a member of the legislature. The last detachment of Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield's battalion arrived today. Wrote to Governor Clay on the subject of 5 companies of 12 months volunteers and 5 companies of militia drafts. 18. Reported to the Adjutant General the arrival of the Alabama volunteers. The mules expected from New Orleans arrived this evening, November 19th. Employed in getting mules on shore and in breaking them to packs and harness. Prepared a preparatory order assigning the troops to garrison Fort Brooke, and arranging the troops for service in the field. Lieutenant Call, directed to command Fort Brooke. 20. Reported to the Adjutant General, troops employed in breaking mules. A cargo of corn condemned an election ordered to supply its vacancy occasioned by the resignation of Captain Robinson of the Washington City Volunteers. 21. General J appointed Lieutenant T.B. Leonard aide-de-camp. Sent to the Adj. General a copy of a letter to the late Colonel Walker, with a copy of his reply in relation to a misrepresentation of General Scott. Proceedings of General Court-Martial acted on 22. Troops employed in breaking mules and other preparations for the field. 23rd. General J. addressed a letter to General Gaines requesting the aid of the 6th Rect. Infantry and informing him of the difficulties of his situation, and the near approach of the time when the Tennesseans would claim their discharge. Arrangements for the field continued. Troops breaking mules to harness, saddle and packs. November 24th. Preparations for the field continued. 25. Means of transportation being ready, and every necessary arrangement made. General J issued orders today for the march of the army on the morning of the 27th. The most active and continued exercises were made to have the baggage wagons loaded, the surplus baggage dispersed of, provisions cooked, and all things in supply. 26. Lieutenant Colonel Foster arrived and reported at headquarters. An order was issued remitting all sentences of court-martial, except in the cases of deserters, that they should pay the expenses incurred in their apprehension and make good the time lost by their desertion. And all prisoners confined were released. Preparations for the field were completed today. 27. Captain Crossman was directed to assume the duties of his department and to act as principal quartermaster in the field. The troops were put in motion today. The wagons were crossed over Hillsborough, when his quarter part of the wagons had crossed over. With the main body of the troops, a steamboat arrived with several officers who reported that Governor Call has been on the Withlacoochee, and not finding the Indians had fallen back to Volusia. They brought newspapers which announced that General J had been ordered to take command of the army and that an officer had been sent from Washington on the 4th instant with orders to that effect. In this state of things, General J considered it to be his duty to countermand the march of the army and direct it to resume its position at Tampa. 28th, the Army fell back. Colonel Henderson was ordered to take command of the post and its dependencies. Lieutenant Col. Foster was directed to re-establish Fort Alabama, or rather to construct a new work at the site of that work. M. Manuel Olivia was deported to visit band of Indians and to enter into certain arrangements with him. Lieutenant Col. Caulfield's battalion was directed to be ready to move tomorrow with a company of mounted Marines and a company of mounted regular troops to accompany the general, the 29th of November. Let out for Volusia to join General Call. Proceeded about 15 miles to Thanodisassa Lake and camped for the night. Saw a fresh Negro track in the sand near the lake. 30. Proceeded to the Hillsborough, found Fort Alabama in ruins, crossed the river and moved forward to an old encampment of
So they say that they found Negro tracks. Hold on, let me bring that back, cause
General.
that sounds crazy. What's a Negro track?
The lake and camped for the night. Saw a fresh Negro track in the sand near the lake. 30. Proceeded to the Hillsborough, found Fort Alabama.
What's a Negro track? Because throughout this, they not saying that they are running up on slaves. Slaves. They saying that they running up on people from a village and warriors and Indians. So I just wonder how they just say that this is a Negro track. Crazy.
In ruins, crossed the river and moved forward to an old encampment of General Gaines within several miles of the Withlacoochee. Found the woods on fire and evident indications of Indians having been recently in the neighborhood. December 1st. Moved forces beyond both branches of the Withlacoochee. After crossing the Little Withlacoochee, discovered shacks, cattle trails, and a few cattle and ponies. Encamped on Dade's battleground. It rained heavily during the night. Sent out scouting parties. Obtained fresh beef here. 2. Proceeded to the Volusia Road, past Governor Call's camp. Found a body disinterred by the Indians. Burned it. Halted the command in consequence of firing in a southwesterly direction. Sent out reconnoitering parties. Was detained about 2 hours. Scouts saw fresh cattle and pony tracks and Indian tracks supposed to be from 1 to 2 weeks old.
Now they saying they see Indian tracks. First they seen Negro tracks. Now they see Indian tracks. So they just, they try to make a difference between the two. But at the end of the day, you can't separate real Seminoles because Seminoles is one and been a brotherhood and a family since back when. So, and that's my whole point of putting everything together that I'm putting together is to show the world, and also hopefully that within my own tribe, Seminole, that the black people can get more props and more and be solidified as Americans or Aboriginals from America and be certified, stamped, instead of being caught up in the slave narrative that was put on almost every black person in the world, that basically we was born slaves, and if you was black you had to have a master from somebody, and it wasn't like that. So we got caught up in the time, a real racist time over here, and our history is distorted, and that's why I'm coming through with the information that I'm coming through.
Moved forward to Palalakaha on the Volusia Road, found the way strewed with dead horses. Past a large encampment of the Tennesseans and friendly Indians, here numerous beaver had been killed. Passed through 2 hammocks, and after dark encamped a short distance from the latter near a pond. 3. Went forward, crossed the Ocklawaha at the lower end of a lake on a temporary bridge constructed by General Eustis. Soon after captured an Indian from whom information was obtained of the situation of a Negro village at the head of the lake.
So as you see that the Indians, I don't know who this Indian is. I don't know what the situation is exactly. Why exactly did he just give us up like that? And just like I say, it's a Negro village. It's not a slave village. It's not runaway slaves. This is a Negro village. This is a town. And I think that they may be talking about Abraham's town. Now I'm gonna try to put everything together. I'm gonna connect the dots, but I think they're talking about Abraham's town. But I could be wrong. But this is a Negro village. Ain't no how can a runaway start a village? Come on. These is already Aborigines from America that know how America works and know what to do in America. And they also knew the language also. But that's crazy that they say that an Indian gave us up like that, and this was the first highlight of snitching.
Detached Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield with 2 companies of his battalion, accompanied by Captain Crossman and Lieutenant
And Major Caulfield or Lieutenant Caulfield, whoever Caulfield is, he was the one that was going in. I'm gonna have to do a major deep dive on him. Let me bring it back. His name is gonna be in here a lot.
captured an Indian from whom information was obtained of the situation of a Negro village at the head of the lake. Detached Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield with 2 companies.
And it's at the head of a lake just like the Indian villages. It's at the head of the lake just like the Indian villages. I think that the people in Africa ain't living by no lakes or nothing like that. I think they kind of stay somewhere else with it. So
Of his battalion, accompanied by Captain Crossman and Lieutenant Chambers, also by an interpreter and the Indian prisoner General J. Moved forward with the remainder of the command about 5 miles encamped on a beautiful lake. Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield returned about 9 p.m. with 41 Negro prisoners, having surprised the village, captured the greater part of its inhabitants, and burned the houses and property which they could not bring in.
So you hear that? Let me bring that back. Let's just get
December 4th.
Let's break this down.
Chambers, also by an interpreter and the Indian prisoner General J. Moved forward with the remainder of the command about 5 miles encamped on a beautiful lake. Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield returned about 9 p.m. with 4.
Colonel Caulfield. Remember that name, Colonel Caulfield. We got to do a deep dive on this guy right here, Colonel Caulfield.
41 Negro prison. Colonel Caulfield returned about 9 p.m. with 41 Negro
He returned with 41 Negroes when he ran up on this village. Once they got the information from the Indian, they ran up on the village and they burnt the property of the Negroes. They said they had houses, not no teepees, not no, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what they're trying to say, how he was, but they say houses and property. This is a village. This is uh, a town full of black people that been in America, that always been in Florida back and forth, but they been uh, getting raided since the Europeans came over here.
Prisoners, having surprised the village, captured the greater part of its inhabitants, and burnt the houses and property which they could not bring in.
They burnt the houses. There's more than one house. They brought in 41. They did a real raid sweep. Now, this is the first story that we getting where they are having some type of action. But look who it's going against. It's going against the black people, and they bringing in Indians from Alabama, from the Creek country, to be able to fight the black people in Florida, which are the real Seminoles. A Seminole is a so-called runaway. What the hell? These Creeks ain't running away. They coming down with the army. They paid already. They trying to influence the Seminoles in Florida to get up out of Florida. But you see who they attacking. And then on top of that, we find out this was a Negro war. So it's going to get more interesting, but I thought that was very interesting that they burnt the houses. Not no teepees, not no whatever that they were saying that they was, them other things that they said that they was living in. They said the house. This is the general.
December 4th. Proceeded toward Volusia with the prisoners passed.
Matter of fact, let me bring that whole day back. What was that? December 3rd? December 3rd, 1836. December 3rd or December 3rd, 1836.
5 miles encamped on a beautiful lake, Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield returned about 9 p.m. with 41 Negro prisoners. General J. moved forward with the remainder of the command about 5 miles encamped on a beautiful lake. Detached Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield with 2 companies of his battalion, accompanied by Captain Crossman and Lieutenant Chambers, also by an interpreter and the Indian prisoner General J. moved forward with the remainder of the command about 5 miles encamped on a beautiful lake. Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield returned about 9 p.m. with 41 Negro prisoners, having surprised the village, captured the greater part of its inhabitants, and burnt the houses and property which they could not bring in.
Greater part of the inhabitants. Negro village. These is not runaways. These is natives from Florida. They've been in Florida. They dress like the Indians and they speak the same language as the Indians.
December 4th. Proceeded toward Volusia with the prisoners passed over a desert and sandy country covered with scrub oak, until within 8 or 10 miles of the St. John's, when the land became in many places boggy, and the road, consequently, extremely bad, arrived at Governor Call's camp near the St. John's about 4 p.m. found here. The Tennesseans, Indian warriors from the Creek country, and a few regular troops. The camp was dirty and the position evidently unhealthy. Governor Call has commanded a work to protect the stores at Volusia. 5. Spent a day in looking into the state of the service. Reported to Adjutant General, wrote to the Secretary of War, and urged the necessity of additional forces. 6. Lieutenant Chambers employed in examining the prisoners' important information. Obtained on this information, General J prepared an expedition of the mounted men against Cooper, Micanopy, and Phillip, who could have been attacked in succession. Also an expedition of a small regular force and a battalion of Indian warriors.
Now let me bring this back because these
cry of war, and urged the necessity of additional forces. 6. Lieutenant Chambers employed in examining the prisoners' important information. Obtained on this information, General J prepared an expedition of the mounted men against Cooper, Micanopy, and Phillip.
So they got more information about Cooper, Micanopy, and Phillip. So them are some of the Seminole chiefs. Micanopy is the main chief. But what makes it so interesting about these three chiefs is that they live with black people. They've been living with black people in Florida since the beginning of the Seminoles. So the black people are not their slaves. Now they may be labeled as slaves just because that's just what they was called as far as just the like a general term back then for that type of person. If you look a certain way, you was gonna get labeled a certain way. But even with us dressing like Indians and doing Indian stuff, they still gonna give it up to us within this journal, and we gonna see it. But I want to point that out that these three chiefs, whenever they running up on these people, that they taking Indians and niggas whenever the dust clear. And a lot of these chiefs had black wives. They had mixed kids, if you want to say. But just like I said, it's all family until we got to Oklahoma when the South Carolina Indian agent ended up teaching the Seminoles youngsters, which was some of these guys' grandkids and kids, on how to manage money and how to make money off black people. So basically, they turned on their own cousins to make money for the government, just like the same thing they do it now. They got rewards, and people that's cousins to people, they will give their cousin up for their reward. And the same thing that go on now was the same thing that went on back then. Once they really started dealing with the money and dealing with the United States with the trades with money, instead of trading geese or some furs or whatever some bows, whatever they used to trade with. Now they trading with money and to be able to get their foods and stuff like that.
Who could have been attacked in succession? Also an expedition of a small regular force and a battalion of Indian warriors. Against Alligator's band, the troops intended for these expeditions were directed to hold.
Let me just bring that back because they getting ready. He trying to get ready to run up on these dudes, so he ordering more troops, and they trying to get their mindset to be able to run up on these guys.
6. Lieutenant Chambers employed in examining the prisoners' important information. Obtained on this information, General J prepared an expedition of the mounted men against Cooper,
This is December
Micanopy,
6th.
and Phillip,
December 6th.
who could have been attacked in succession. Also an expedition of a small regular force and a battalion of Indian warriors. Against.
See, they already plotting, even though they gonna sit down at the table, but they are soldiers, so they always gonna keep in the back of their mind that they gonna have to kill these people if it go down like that. Or I ain't gonna say that word. I do take that word back. Unallow these people if it go down like that. So you see the scheme. So they bringing in more people, but we gonna talk. There was something else. Hold on, let me bring this back.
Alligator's band and a battalion of Indian warriors.
Right, and they're also using more Indians to be able to make it easier for the fight for them to go against us. Because remember, this is after we done already did General Dade. So this is after General Dade massacre. And that's another thing that I can't get into my mind is that it's a lot of generals, it's a lot of soldiers getting killed by these black people, but the United States ain't taking these black people to jail. They sitting down at the table with some of them. You know, they paying some of them. And these is warriors. These are Seminoles. So.
Against Alligator's band, the troops intended for these expeditions were directed to hold themselves in readiness to move at a moment's warning. On suggesting his views to Governor Call, General J found that the governor was strongly opposed to them and in favor of the return of the army to the Withlacoochee, where he expected Powell with his warriors would be found. General J believed that his own plan was preferable.
So they thought that they was gonna find Osceola. Also, just like I say, when they say Powell, they talking about Osceola. So they looking for Osceola too, because he done killed up a lot. So this, like I say, this is after General Dade and before that the second war kind of just first popped off, which you can see within that first video that I jumped out, that I put on there. You can see a lot of information with that, which I'm gonna go back into that where I got that video from as far as that movie, and I'm gonna break down that Seminole movie, which they talking about the first part of the Second Seminole War. But this is the second part of the Seminole War where you know they kind of first to get ready to move. And the first part was when they was kind of tripping.
But the time of service of the Tennesseans had nearby expired, and return of the army to the Withlacoochee, where he expected Powell with his warriors would be found.
It's like I say, they still looking for Osceola. They gonna be looking for Osceola during this whole time with General Jesup, and you're gonna see throughout more of the journal that Osceola don't trust the general. You know what I'm saying? He think that the general gonna punish him. You know what I'm saying? So at one point he was so called moving 300 or 400 people and was thinking about coming in. You say they Africans that converted to Seminoles. Well, you know, some of them say that, but my thing is that they Americans if they was found over here. point blank. They finding the people over here. They didn't bring every black person that you see in America didn't get brung to America by a white person. But I could be wrong. But that's why I'm bringing my little twos and fews to try to prove my point. But right now, uh, you say 200 years. Uh, that's crazy for them to leave Africa and stop doing African stuff to start doing Indian stuff. And what make it so crazy? How they try to say that, uh, okay, I feel that. And I ain't even tripping if they is from Africa or whatever. I'm just saying that they was here in certain areas definitely before some white people came over here. Now, definitely some definitely did come through on the boat. So, however they got here, but it was some that was already here. But let me get back to it real quick.
General Jay believed that his own plan was preferable. But the time of service of the Tennesseans had nearby expired, and he believed it to be his duty to employ them during the few days which still remained. And he was reluctantly compelled to postpone his own plan in order to provide for their movement to the interior. To obtain horses for the wagons, he was compelled to dismount.
So with that first part, yeah, that's what makes it so crazy too, man. I guess we got to dive deeper and more into dive deeper more into the culture of Africa because I did see some similarities as far as just third world living in the dressing and with the feathers and stuff like that. As far as they was kind of moving like Indians, but the Indians did a little bit different. Which it's a lot of information that have to get exposed to get put out there. But yeah, I did see some stuff that I'm gonna present where they was basically saying that the Africans, they was calling the Africans Indians in Africa. Or it was probably I don't know if they were saying it was America, but they definitely was depicting black people as Indians either in Africa or it was some Africans in America that was on some Indian stuff, but they were saying it in the past though. But but it's like I say, that first part was about General Jesup when he first got the call to come into Florida. He started doubling up on everything. He started making more orders of soldiers, making more orders of horses, making more orders of boats, just everything to cover what he needed to cover to get the people up out of Florida. And as you see, that one of the first things that they said was the Indian had gave up the Negro village. Gave up the Negro village, and these is natives from Florida. These is the people that's from Florida that's already living off the land, being living off the land, know how to move within the land and dressing how they dressing. So they get ran up on first. Uh, Colonel Caulfield, we got to be on the lookout for him. Got to do a deep dive on Colonel Caulfield. He was the one that was running up on the Black Seminoles. He ended up getting 41 prisoners from whenever they ran up on the village and the inhabitants. And so now we on part two, and it's like I said, they also brought up Cooper, Micanopy, and Philip, and more within the diary. You will see whenever they kind of run up on them, that there's a lot of niggas with them too. So right, I don't be understanding that too, man. It's like, damn, nigga, they found us over here, and and they just put the label on niggas. Just at the time, it was just a racist world. You know what I'm saying? And nigga, we got caught up in it. But once we look back at it, it's like, hold on, niggas is getting found over here, and niggas is over here doing American shit, and niggas look like us, and niggas is just because it's coming back to the lineage. Now that we doing lineage searches and trying to find our families, it's like, hold on, something ain't adding up with the main narrative. But we're finna get into this part two, break down this part two, and see exactly how was the blacks the leaders that General Jesup is breaking it down.
About 50 of his mounted men and to obtain from Black Creek a number of horses. December 7th arrangements were actively going on for the renewal of hostilities. 8. Governor Call transferred to General J. The command of the army today. Supplies continue to come in. The work at Volusia progresses rapidly. The army directed to be in readiness for the field. 9. Reported to the Secretary of War and the Adjutant General. Active preparations continued. Wrote to Governor Schley urging that a regiment previously required be sent to Florida to take the place of the Tennesseans. Wrote to Governor McDuffie of South Carolina required a battalion of 5 companies of drafted militia. Made arrangements for the transportation of the sick of the Tennessee Brigade from Volusia, via Savannah, to New Orleans. 10. Governor Call left us today the fort at Volusia named Fort Call. Major Gardner designated to command. Arrangements made for its defense. The army ordered to march at as early an hour as possible tomorrow. Arrangements made for the movement of the army. December 11th. Supplies which were expected last night not having arrived, the march of the army was necessarily put off until tomorrow. Captain Washington, commanding in the Creek country, directed to join the army in Florida with 2 companies of the 4th Artillery. Major Dearborn, commanding in the lower part of Georgia, also directed to join. Captain Page ordered to take command in the Creek country. Lieutenant Clark directed to organize an efficient wagon train to operate between Ferry and Fort Drane. Colonel Warren and Captain Smith to furnish escorts for the train. Lieutenant Bainbridge turned over to the quartermaster the horses on which his command was mounted. 12. Reported to the Secretary of War and to the Adjutant General. Major Forsyth Paymaster, ordered to Tampa Bay Captain of the Ordnance Department, reported and ordered to furnish double-barreled guns and other ordnance supplies. The advance of the army moved today under General Armstrong. General Armistead with the regular troops and the Indian warriors left to secure the stores. The advance encamped about 8 miles from the St. John's. General J. The advance after dark with Alabama Mounted Volunteers, Tompkins Artillery, and Harris's Marines slept in General Armstrong's tent axes sent forward by General Armistead for the Tennesseans, to enable them to repair the road. December 13th. The advance moved slowly forward, repaired the road and bridges. The axes sent forward reported to the fort, marched about 12 miles and encamped. The troops in the rear came up while we were taking up our ground. 14. Moved forward to the Ocklawaha, crossed the river with the advance and part of the baggage wagons and encamped about a mile from the river. Part of the train with a part of the force and the rear guard remained east of the Ocklawaha. The Floridians and Alabama volunteers drove in near 100 head of cattle. 15. Detached Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield to attack the Indian chief Asuci, or Cooper, and after crossing the remainder of the baggage wagons and troops over the Ocklawaha, marched forward, about 10 miles, and encamped for the night. Today an incident occurred which it was apprehended might lead to difficulty. An order had been given to the principal quartermasters not to permit pack horses to move in the road with the wagon train. A young Tennessean determined to disregard the order. He was admonished by the quartermaster but disregarded the admonition. The Q master reported the fact to General J in the presence of General Armstrong. General J informed General A that the individual must be punished. General A immediately took the matter in hand. The young gentleman apologized and General J expressed himself satisfied as he considered the discipline of the service had been maintained. Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield joined having burned Cooper's village and taken one Negro prisoner, who was so aged that he was obliged to leave him. December.
So just like I say, Cooper, McAnopie, Phillips. So let me bring that back. Who burnt up Cooper's village?
December 16th, March of the service had been maintained. Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield joined having burned Cooper's village and
this nigga Lieutenant Caulfield is I gotta do a deep dive on Caulfield for real. I gotta do a deep dive on Caulfield for real because he going around doing some shit for real. He burning up villages, he capturing niggas, and he know what the fuck is going on. His story is gonna bring this shit out for real. Lieutenant Caulfield. Okay, so he burnt Cooper's town, and it's like I say, Cooper, McAnopie, and Phillip. They really, I'm getting more that they was around black people. Black people live with them. It been since day one, or they ended up coming down and hooking up with us. But they been there for a long time. You know what I'm saying? And every time they running up on these dudes, they coming away with niggas. But these ain't no slaves. These is niggas that's there. But the shit crazy. Let me kind of play this.
Taken one Negro prisoner. Field joined having burned Cooper's village and taken one Negro prisoner. Colonel Caulfield joined having burned Cooper's village and taken one Negro prisoner, who was so aged that he was obliged to leave him. December.
So he ended up getting one prisoner, one nigga, but he was so old. And what makes it so interesting about that, he's so old. How old was the nigga? So would he have to be about 80, 70, 90? Was he 100? You know, how old was the nigga? So this is 1738. So let's say that he 80. 1738. So that means that he was born 1760 something, 1750 something. So he in Florida. He is in Florida. He's so old, but he in the village with Cooper, which is I forgot his Indian name, which, you know, it ain't hard to be able to get that later in the game. We're going to get that. But he within that village. A old ass nigga. That he's so old, they just let the nigga. This nigga say, nigga, fuck it, that nigga, oh, we can't do nothing with this nigga. He that old. So I thought that's another interesting point. Yeah, some of us are young. It could be something we may have been ones that had split up and forced all the credit. Yeah, for real though, man. And cause it's the only fighting, but it's like I say, I think we kind of got round up throughout the years for real though. Hold on. So yeah, that's crazy, man. It's like I say, my little research that I'm doing. It's going, what I put out, the little information that I do find is about Seminoles. Cause I'm trying to find my whole family lineage within that, and trying to know that whole story, and also just finding Negroes in America, just the whole America history. So that's why I done went into Panama and went into all these other places. You know what I'm saying? Just to kind of just on some nigga shit, black shit of America. You know what I'm saying? Trying to know their history more. They're being hidden and they're being shuffled all under shit. A nigga trying to bring it to light. So that's why I'm doing all this for sure. But just like I said, I thought that was an interesting fact that the nigga was so old at the Cooper's village that they burnt down. It's like I say, also in the first village that they burnt down, they said they burned down houses, not no teepees, not no long houses. They said they burned down houses. So these niggas is living in houses in Florida in 1830s. And they said they burnt their property. And they niggas is having things. So that's very interesting. We're gonna keep it going.
December 16th. Marched forward about 15 miles, found a few cattle, but discovered no sign of Indians in camp within 2 miles of the Fort King Road. 17. Sent the Indians forward to reconnoiter, marched to Dade's battleground and encamped. The Indians examined the Wahoo Swamp. Not an Indian was found nor any recent signs discovered. All the trails led in a southeasterly direction. Reported to the Secretary of War and submitted several suggestions for his consideration. December 18th. Communicated with the Secretary of War. Sent in instructions to Colonel Henderson. Commenced stockade yesterday. It was completed today, or rather tonight. The report of the scouts who had scanned the cove, as well as other strongholds of the enemy on the Withlacoochee, left no doubt on the mind of General J of the enemy. Having left that river and gone south, long trails were discovered in that direction, in consequence of which it was determined to send the Tennesseans, whose terms of service had nearly expired, to Tampa Bay with the wagon train. December 19th. Communicated by express with General Reed at the mouth of Withlacoochee. Directed that the Tennesseans at that post should be sent to Tampa Bay, and required reports in relation to the quantity and condition of the supplies, and whether the enemy has been seen recently in the vicinity. The Tennesseans marched this afternoon under General Armstrong. The scouts returned tonight, having examined the country east as well as west of the road to Tampa, and reported the enemy in force about 8 miles east of the road in a large hammock near the Little Withlacoochee. Addressed a letter to General Armstrong directing him to send a part of his army to cooperate. The troops ordered to be in readiness to move tomorrow morning at daylight. December 20th. Put the troops in motion this morning and proceeded to the hammock in which the hostile Indians were represented to be last night. Searched the hammock for several miles, found recent signs and a large Indian encampment, but no Indians. Heard nothing of the Tennesseans. Returned to camp. 21. Placed General Armas in command of Fort Armstrong, the recently erected fort, and of the whole army north of the Withlacoochee. Set out for Fort Foster to examine that work, and to designate the site for a depot between it and Fort Armstrong. Encamped at night, about 7 miles south of Big Withlacoochee. Received an express from Colonel Henderson at this camp, informing of the arrival of Commodore Dallas, and his wish to cooperate with the army. Also General Gaines having ordered the 6th Regiment. December 22nd. Proceeded to Fort Foster, examined the work, and then continued to Tampa to confer with Commodore Dallas. Arrived at Tampa after dark. Found General Armstrong here with his brigade. 23. In consequence of information from the lower counties of Georgia, countermanded the order to Major Dearborn to join the army with his command. Communicated with the Secretary of War. Commodore Dallas visited General J. and in the most liberal and patriotic manner offered the cooperation of the naval force under his command in any manner in which General J might think proper to use it. December 24th. Wrote to Major Cross answered a letter of the President.
So now they done brought in the Navy. They need the Navy's help to be able to complete this mission. So went from getting that general days to having the greatest mass, as far as the biggest massacre at that time, to they had to bring in the Navy for the Negro War.
President dated the 5th of November wrote to Commodore Dallas wrote to Echo Harjo requiring him with 100 of his warriors to come to Tampa Bay. Wrote to General Gibson.
See, and I didn't know that before that Echo Harjo was, it seemed like that he working for the government, but he really coming from the Creek side. He ain't even really a real Seminole. But they let him ended up being one of the and his kids ended up being some of the people that was talking for the Seminoles, tethers. So that's crazy. You know what I'm saying? I ain't even know that Echo Harjo wasn't even no real Seminole like that, because his name is on the treaties, but he ain't even no real Seminole. The niggas is, half them niggas is Creeks. Shit crazy.
On the subject of an increase in the allowance of sugar and coffee to the troops. 25. Wrote to General Armistead and directed that the bridge over Big With.
And another thing that I thought that was interesting, you hear when they saying these numbers 25, 26, 20, 13, these is the days. So this is December 25th, and one thing that I thought that was interesting, that they really wasn't no Christmas. So I don't even know if they even was celebrating Christmas in 1837. I think that they started celebrating Christmas once they reset us. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I'm going to have to do a deep dive into that, but I thought that was interesting that on December 25th that they didn't bring up nothing about Christmas.
Lacucci be completed immediately, as well as the work to defend it. Wrote to Lieutenant Colonel Foster on the subject of the bridge and fort at Withlacoochee, 26. Visited Commodore Dallas and conferred with him amount and disposition of the force to be furnished by the Navy, 27. Wrote to the Adjutant General on the subject of the term of service of the Washington City Volunteers, also in relation to alleged depredations on the plantation of the Honorable Forsyth. Made arrangements for relieving the garrison at Fort Clinch and removing the to Tampa Bay. Instructed Major Wilborn at Fort Clinch as to his duties and to hold his armies in readiness for immediate service in the field. December 28th. Wrote to Commodore Dallas on the subject of a garrison for Fort Foster and also for Fort Brooke. Ordered a board to examine the broken down horses and report upon them. 29. Wrote to Captain Mills on the subject of the steamboats American and Dade and thanking him for his kind offer to have his other boat fortified and manned. Wrote to Commodore Dallas on the subject of exploring the Withlacoochee, a letter to Governor Call on the defenses of the territory generally, and requiring 4 companies of regular militia to defend of part of the peninsula. Wrote to Major Cross in relation to means of transportation. 30. Wrote to General Reed on the defense of the territory. Wrote to Major Brandt requesting him to employ 50 wagon drivers and as many pack horsemen. Wrote to Lieutenant Colonel Foster informing him of recruits having been ordered on for his regiment, and that blacksmiths would be sent to him. Sent to the Adjutant General an application from Major McIntosh for a furlough. Wrote to General Read Rec dispatches from General Armistead reporting that the Wahoo Swamp and the cove of the Withlacoochee had been thoroughly searched without finding an Indian or a recent sign of one. Dec. 31st wrote to Commodore Dallas and requested that a vessel might be ordered to cruise off the mouth of the Withlacoochee for the purpose of ordering the 6th wreck to Tampa Bay. Informed him of a trail leading to the Gulf towards Crystal River. Janey 1. Instructions sent to the commanding officer of the 6th in fee. Directed slendered horses to be shot. Instructed Lieutenant Colonel Miller as Commandant of Fort Brooke, temporarily, reported to the Adjutant General, 2. Directed Major McClintock to turn over the command of Fort Foster to Lieutenant Leeb of the Navy. Directed Lieutenant Carey directed to keep on hand abundant supply of subsistence. Lieutenant Mackenzie directed to keep constantly on hand an abundant supply of arms and ordnance stores. Wrote to Captain Chase, President of the Pensacola Railroad, on the subject of Major Graham. Directed Captain to keep on hand a large supply of forage, and to transport to the interior depots the supplies ordered. Also, to take proper care of the horses in order that they may be recruited as soon as possible. Also, to issue materials to the naval officers to build boats. Directed Colonel Henderson to release all prisoners except one who had attempted the life of another. Ordered that rations should not be offered to able-bodied men who should refuse to work. Every arrangement being made for the troops to take the field. Orders were issued that they move tomorrow. Order of march in 3 columns in extended order of encampment as nearly in a square as possible of battle in single rank. And extended order and in 2 lines when practicable. January 3rd. Marched from Fort Brooke. General J. with Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield's battalion of mounted Alabamians and Major Nelson's battalion of mounted Georgians, proceeded by the way of intending to come into the Fort King Road near the Withlacoochee, marched about 25 miles and encamped near a fine pond. 4. Moved forward the guide, not acquainted with the country, mistook his way, and brought the command into Fort Foster. Here Colonel Henderson joined with the main body and the train. 5. Moved forward and encamped about 4 miles south of Fort Dade on the Withlacoochee. 6. Arrived at Fort Dade and encamped. Transportation ordered to be selected by the Q Master for the Army in the field, and the remaining of wagons to be sent to Tampa Bay, escorted by 1 company of regular troops. And the Florida Volunteers. Wagoners directed to be armed. Florida Volunteers to be. Janey, 7. Communicated with Lieutenant Colonel Miller and Major Thompson on the subject of the question between them on the subject of brevet rank. Wrecked a report that Major Childs was on his way with recruits' ordnance stores. 8. Directed General Armistead to detach 50 regular troops and 100 Indian warriors. To meet Major Childs, also ordered Major Nelson to proceed and join him. Organized the Army of the South into 2 brigades, the first under General.
Them niggas had 100 warriors with them that's coming from Alabama, that's with the Creeks, that's helping them get at us. And you know what make it so crazy? That niggas had to go live with these niggas once we came out here. These niggas is dirty, nigga.
Armistead and the second under Colonel Henderson. Directed that Major Morris should examine the hammock where our Indian scouts had discovered Indian signs. 9. Directed the quartermaster at Black Creek to double the supplies at Volusia. Troops arriving from the north directed to Volusia. Lieutenant Colonel Crane ordered to take port at Black Creek, or at one of the posts on the St. Johns. General J. moved to Fort Armstrong. Colonel Henderson ordered to Fort Armstrong. Lieutenant Colonel Foster directed to remain at Fort Dade and to complete the work. Ration of corn in the field reduced and horses ordered to be grazed. January 10th. Received advice of Lieutenant Colonel Fanning being expected with 2 companies of artillery, ordered to take them to Volusia. The South Carolina Battalion to be mustered into the service of the United States, and 1 company sent to Volusia. The surveyors to be employed on the line from Black Creek to Fort Drane. Q Master at Black Creek directed to push on supplies to Fort Drane. 4 companies of South Carolina militia, subject to the order of Lieutenant Colonel Crane. 16 Negro prisoners were at the Panasofka Swamp, reported to the adjutant.
So, as you see, they bringing in people from everywhere, man. It's like the waves wasn't stopping, man. Niggas was getting at them. But when you got a wave coming from Tennessee, you got another wave, you got another 250 coming from South Carolina, you got another 200 coming from Washington, D.C., you got another 200 coming from Alabama, you got 200 Indians. It's like, niggas ain't got enough bullets. Niggas had to sign a treaty and, niggas had to sign and, be able to save their kids and save their wives to be able to live. Niggas done did so much killing, but shit, these niggas is bringing the whole country. And when they say a company, they mean 50 people. You know what I'm saying? So that's fucked up, man. Nigga be listening to this shit. This shit is like, man, niggas had it bad, nigga. Nigga, the feds on a nigga bad. You think ICE is bad, nigga? These niggas was on a nigga ass trying to get a nigga up out of Florida. Niggas crying about ICE. Oh, ICE, ICE. Nah, nigga, this is the real deal right here. This is the real deal. Them niggas ain't killing no ICE agents. Niggas is killing these niggas, but niggas is getting rounded up too. You know what I'm saying? They ain't playing. They ready to go too. So, yeah, this is crazy. But I think they said something about some niggas real quick. Hold up.
6 militia, subject to the order of Lieutenant Colonel Crane. 16 Negro prisoners were at the Panasofka Swamp, reported to the adjutant. General. Ordered.
Ended up getting 16. So let me bring that back a little bit
Major
more. Hold on.
January 10th. Received advice of Lieutenant Colonel Fanning being expected with 2 companies of artillery, ordered to take them to Volusia. The South Carolina Battalion to be mustered into the service of the United States, and 1 company sent to Volusia. The surveyors to be employed on the line from Black Creek to Fort Drane. Q Master at Black Creek directed to push on supplies to Fort Drane. 4 companies of South Carolina militia, subject to the order of Lieutenant Colonel Crane. 16 Negro prisoners were at the Panasofka Swamp, reported to the adjutant. General. Ordered Major Nelson to join Lieutenant Colonel Foster at Fort Dade, and directed the lieutenant call to proceed with his whole force down the south side of the Withlacoochee. 36 additional prisoners taken in the swamp, 1 Indian wounded, Powell barely escaped. 10.
So this is when they ran up on Osceola. So Powell is Osceola. Whenever they saying Powell, that's Osceola. And just like I say, when they running up on these major chiefs back then, these is the major Seminole chiefs. It's all these niggas is deep with niggas. Whenever it go down, they fighting niggas and they capturing niggas. They probably capture a couple of Indians also, but the niggas is fighting. The niggas is the ones that tripping. The niggas is the ones that they trying to remove. That they doing all the removing. They're the only ones that's getting removed. Come on, man. This is Osceola's people. So Osceola. So I guess when they ran up on him in the swamps, that I guess they took 16 prisoners at first, and then they came back with some more. Hold on, I think they said something else. Hold on, let me bring that back.
And directed the lieutenant call to proceed with his whole force down the south side of the Withlacoochee. 36 additional prisoners taken in the swamp.
They got 36 more prisoners. So they just saying prisoners. But before, it was the Negro prisoners. You know what I'm saying? So they talking about the same motherfuckers, but these is Indians though. See, they lingo, but they gonna slip up later on. They gonna slip up with more stuff, but um, it's like I said, they try to disrespect the black man over here by just saying Negro, even though that some is saying Indian, and they know that niggas is moving like Indians and Indians, but because to them within this world, if you black, you just a nigga. So I guess that's the same way how we kind of think now, niggas like, ah, nigga, that's my nigga, or kind of just, we kind of then got duped within this culture to say certain things and move a certain way, I think. But um, that's just crazy though that when that and they never did kind of run up, even though what they did ended up getting at Osceola. But I didn't know that Osceola was around this many blacks. You know what's so crazy too? That they say that one of Osceola's wives was black. So that's a crazy little thing too. We're gonna dive more into that for sure.
Indian wounded, Powell barely escaped. 10. Marched with 500 troops under Colonel Henderson.
Swamp Thing. Okay, definitely got to peep that out. That's definitely.
In camp near Panisofkee Swamp. Saw no fresh signs of hostile Indians. Came up with the Alabama Volunteers and Indians, moved down to a point near the cove in camp and reported to the Adjutant General. 12. General J employed in examining the swamps and hammocks returned to camp. 13. Moved forward to a position near Camp Izard. Obtained a number of cattle. The Indians and part of the mounted men sent down through the swamp and hammocks on the Withlacoochee met them at the encampment. Spent the 14th and the 15th in scouring the swamps, and on the 15th General J. with the mounted men went to Fort Clinch, crossed the river supplied by the Blue Spring. At the Indian encampment took 60 or 70 head of cattle. Came across a fresh Indian trail, followed it to the road to Fort Drain, where it disappeared. Met Lieutenant Colonel Foster at Fort Clinch, was informed of the capture of a Seminole Indian, who gave information of the position of a number of Indians near Homosassa 16. Ordered Lieutenant Colonel Foster to proceed and attack the Tallahassees and to take the Seminole prisoner with him. Jim Boy with his warriors ordered to join Major Nelson, ordered to accompany Lieutenant Colonel Faust. Returned to Camp Izard by the way of the Blue Spring. Returned to Camp Izard by the way of the Blue Spring, examined the trail which had been discovered yesterday. Found where the Indians, who had disappeared on approaching the road, had came together northwest of the road. The trail went off in a northwest direction towards the Wakasasa swamp. Came to camp late in the evening. Ordered Captain Wright to Camp Izard, and the mounted men to bring up as much forage as they could carry. January 17th. Reported to the Adjutant General, marched towards Fort Armstrong. Marched about 10 miles and halted in the hope that Captain Washington would join. He did not come up. 18. Marched forward and encamped near the cove of the Withlacoochee. Captain Washington joined here at 3 o'clock a.m. 19. left Colonel Henderson to take on the infantry and other regular troops with the baggage train and proceed through the swamps with the Janey 22nd. General J put the army in march towards the head of the Ocklawaha. Marched about 12 miles, part of the route over extremely bad road, and encamped for the night. Compelled to open the road on the whole route. 23. Detached Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield to attack Philip and his Negro force on the Apopka Lake, with his battalion.
This nigga Colonel Caulfield is a savage, man. Who is this nigga? Like I said, I gotta do a deep dive on this Caulfield dude. Cause it's like I say, he running up on all the top chiefs, and everybody that he running up on, they deep with niggas. You heard what he said? His Negro force. Come on, man. These ain't slaves. These is riders. These is the warriors. Yeah, these is the niggas that's tripping. You know what I'm saying? These is, people that's fighting for their land and for their family, and they try to say that they fight not to be back enslaved, but man, if you was black, you was gonna be enslaved anyway. But I'm saying they was already doing something different anyway over here. So yeah, they was probably getting enslaved and probably getting gaffled. The niggas was tripping with them niggas and trying to enslave them and do all type of goofy shit like that. But before they doing all that, we over here doing the Indian shit. You know what I'm saying? Niggas been down in Florida doing it, man. And I'm gonna keep bringing out the information more and more of this shit, man, because that shit is crazy, man. A lot of people need to know this, man. It's a lot of shit I didn't know for a long time. And these my peoples.
Towards the head of the Ocklawaha. Marched about 12 miles, part of the route over extremely bad road, and encamped for the night. Compelled to open the road on the whole route. 23. Detached Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield to attack Philip and his Negro force on the Apopka Lake, with his battalion and Harris's Marines LT.
Philip and his Negro force. These is the black Seminoles, man. Philip and his Negro force. Come on, man. Like, it's so fucked up that they just try to just paint this picture like how niggas is slaves and niggas is fucked up in the game. But once we kind of do the deep dive into the deep records, uh, I guess they would say that this is one of those sources, the first occurrence or whatever they first site source, whatever they call the sources. This is one of the people that was there, and first out. This is an eyewitness source, um, and he giving it up, general, and within this, we gonna hear some about slaves and stuff like that, but we gonna break that down too, just like we breaking this down, man. So I just thought that was crazy that crazy. Yeah, they rent. So this dude, Lieutenant or the Colonel or Captain Caulfield is the one. So we need to do a deep dive on that dude. I'm pretty sure we're gonna get some real gems and jewels looking up his biography and what he did in the army because he was the one that was running up on the niggas in Florida for real, for real. He running up on everybody. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do a deep dive on him.
Chambers sent with him. Moved the army forward, marched 16 miles, found a note from Lieutenant Chambers encamped for the night. 24th. Moved forward past a part of Harrison the whole route. 23. Detached Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield to attack Philip and his Negro force on the Apopka Lake, with his battalion and Harris's Marines LT. Chambers sent with him. Moved the army forward, marched 16 miles, found a note from Lieutenant Chambers encamped for the night. 24th. Moved forward past a part of the Thalauhaki River of mountains, had an extensive and beautiful view of the country including the lake. Met Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield, who had succeeded in surprising Cooper and killed him and 3 of the warriors, and took 9 Indian and 8 Negro prisoners.
Dang, so they got at my nigga Cooper, man. My nigga Coop, man. Man, that's fucked up, man. They got at him. And you see how they say warriors and the ones they tripping with is Indian and niggas. How many they take capture? And I gotta play a song for the OG. Definitely gotta give it up to one of the real pillars within this Seminole structure. Whoever this, I'm gonna have to do a deep dive into Philip. But as you see, they got him.
Extensive and beautiful view of the country, including the lake. Met Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield, who had succeeded in surprising
this nigga Caulfield, man, doing sneak attacks. That's all he doing is sneak attacks. Surprise. He's surprising everybody. He get the information from an Indian or from one of these niggas. And he find out exactly where the village or he found out exactly where the spot is at. And them niggas raid. Battery ram. You know what I'm saying? Same shit going on, man. Niggas get somebody that's gonna tell on everybody. You know what I'm saying? So that's wicked.
Cooper and killed him and 3 of the warriors, and took 9 Indian and 8 Negro prisoners.
So when they say warriors, I'm saying that them is the niggas. Now they try to play with it, but the reason that I say that is because whenever niggas start coming out here to Oklahoma and going down to Mexico and shit like that, the ones with the last name Warrior was the niggas. You know what I'm saying? I don't even really think there's no really Seminoles with no last name Warrior. For real though. You know what I'm saying? So with this Warrior thing, man, that's kind of, I'm gonna have to do a deep dive more into that to kind of really connect that and make that solidify a stamp in the game. But I think I'm going in the right direction with that Warrior thing. It's like I say, when they running up on all these top chiefs, these is niggas that's banging it out with them, that's tripping, and you know they got their families with them and their wives and kids, and they together doing their thing. And there's some villages where it's just niggas. And they the chief, and they gonna say it in here. They gonna say the Negro chief in here. So this shit crazy, man. But let me go on and for the big homie Philip, put on a little song because I also gotta do one for John Caesar. because they say on her that they end up taking him out and they called him a turbulent man. So I guess he was really causing a disturbance within their structure. One moment. See if I can find this little song real quick. Dang, that's crazy. I should have had the song already ready, but it's all good. I ain't finna stop the show over there, so we're gonna keep it moving. But shout out to Philip. He was a rider for the Seminoles. He held it down. You know, he was one of the ones that stamped us and was riding with us for sure.
Moved forward, Colonel Caulfield, who had succeeded in surprising Cooper and killed him and 3 of the warriors, and
My bad, that wasn't even Philip, that's Cooper. So they didn't get up Philip. My bad. They didn't get up Philip. They got at Cooper. So they didn't got at Cooper.
took 9.
Coop.
A part of the Thalauhaki River of mountains had an extensive and beautiful view of the country, including the lake. Met Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield, who had succeeded in surprising Cooper and killed him and 3 of the warriors, and took 9 Indian and 8 Negro prisoners. Moved forward and encamped near a small hammock with a fine stream of clear water running through it. Major Graham made a bridge over the stream. Here 3 hostile Indians were discovered, and they were tracked on a trail for some distance. January 25. Moved forward, took the trail and proceeded 7 or 8 miles to an old Indian village, countermarched, and sent out to examine the several trails. 26th. Marched across the country on a trail on which cattle had been driven. The woods had been burnt and the Indians had evidently crossed in considerable numbers. Marched about 16 miles and encamped on a beautiful lake. It rained during the night. Ration of bread and bacon reduced. 27. Marched forward, the cattle tracks increased and several droves were driven in. Marched about 6 miles. Greater part of the way through prairies, the Indians brought in several droves of cattle. Passed a trail where there were recent pony tracks and numerous Indian tracks. Came to the Thalauhaki, examined the ford, crossed over, found it practicable for wagons and artillery. Detached Colonel Henderson with Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield's and Harris's mounted men, and Morris's Indian warriors to make a reconnaissance of the country in advance. Sent out Captain Delaney on a trail to the left, into a swamp and hammock. Colonel Henderson reported the capture of 100 head of cattle and that recent Indian signs had been observed, though they were not numerous. General J. crossed over the Thalauhaki and directed the colonel to leave a small detachment to secure the cattle and to move forward in the direction of a smoke that was burned in advance. Colonel Henderson not report.
Man, did they just take these niggas cattle? They say 200 heads of cattle that they just took from my niggas? Hold on.
Ford crossed over, found it practicable for wagons and artillery. Detached Colonel Henderson with Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield's and Harris's mounted men, and Morris's Indian warriors to make a reconnaissance of the country in advance. Sent out Captain Delaney on a trail to the left, into a swamp and hammock. Colonel Henderson reported the capture of 100 head of cattle and that recent Indian signs had been observed.
So they got my niggas for 100 cattle. Come on, man. We the first cattle ranchers around here, man. Stop it, man. This is crazy, man. This is crazy, man. They really got at us crazy, man. But they super deep. They done brought the whole country against us, man. Straight up.
Though they were not numerous. General J. crossed over the Thalassee and directed the colonel to leave a small detachment to secure the cattle and to move forward in the direction of a smoke that was burned in advance. Colonel Henderson not reporting as soon as General J expected. He directed Captain Lurrell to take an escort of mounted men and follow on the trail on which the colonel had moved and to report without delay. Philip McCoy of Philadelphia, who had enlisted into the army under the name of Madison, and who acted as mounted orderly to General J, accompanied.
As you see, these white boys get to change their names. So sometimes it be iffy because they be going by different names. They been doing this hundreds of years, different names. Sign up on the army in a whole different name.
Captain Lurrell. The enemy, who had enlisted into the army under the name, and follow on the trail on which the colonel had moved and to report without delay. Philip McCoy of Philadelphia, who had enlisted into the army under the name of Madison, and who acted as mounted orderly to General J, accompanied Captain Lurrell. The enemy was found and promptly attacked by Colonel Henderson. Cirque Madison was dispatched with a message to General J but was unfortunately killed on the way. A second express was sent, and an Indian runner came in about.
So, some more crazy information about the Black Seminoles. You know what I'm saying?
At the same time, a road having been cut through a cypress grove on the border of the Thalassee sufficient for wagons to cross, General J inclined to move forward the whole force. But the position being a strong one directed Lieutenant Colonel Freeman with a small force to remain and defend the camp, and after calling in the detachments on other trails, he moved with the disposable force of Brig General Armistead's brigade to support Colonel Henderson. Having crossed the creek and learning that Colonel H was 4 miles in advance, Captain Crossman was detached with 30 mounted men to join the colonel, and General Jesup moved rapidly forward with the foot. On arriving at the swamp, General J found that Col H was in full pursuit of the enemy, and was evidently in sufficient force to manage them. Leaving Major Whiting with his battalion in reserve, he marched with the 6th Inf part of the and a few Indian warriors 2 miles to the right, where the Indian scouts reported the hostile Indians to be in great force. The troops crossed through hammocks and swamps in the best order. Major Graham, who commanded the advance, penetrated to the Indian town. The fires were burning and meat cooking, but the inhabitants had fled into the surrounding swamps, and as night was approaching, pursuit was impossible. The detachment was ordered to return, and arrived in camp about 9 o'clock. Colonel Henderson.
You already know why the pursuit at night wasn't gonna be good for them, because they looking for us niggas. Come on, man. They looking for niggas, man. They ain't gonna be able to find them niggas at night. Stop it.
Came in about 10 with 28 Negro and Indian prisoners.
Now, who is this? See what's going on.
Surrounding swamps. The troops crossed through hammocks and swamps in the best order. Major Graham, who commanded the advance, penetrated to the Indian town. The fires were burning and meat cooking, but the inhabitants had fled in.
So, you hear him say Indian town, but it's just gonna be some nigga slaves. My bad, hold on. My bad about that. So, as you see, they say it's a Indian town, but they only gonna come away with some niggas that they gonna capture. You see how they try to flip it and all that type. When they running up on niggas, yeah. But then when they start seeing who all there, okay, but they going to go get the niggas, just like when they did that first Indian slave raid.
Into the surrounding swamps, and as night was approaching, pursuit was impossible. The detachment was ordered to return, and arrived in camp about 9 o'clock. Colonel Henderson came in about 10 with 28 Negro and Indian prisoners. Janey, 28th. The Army crossed.
Okay, so it was Indians also, but it's like I say, every time they running up on the hostiles, every time it's real people that's combative of what's going on, is some niggas involved, and they fighting for the land, straight up.
Crossed the Thulassee and moved forward on the lake to Hopakaliga. General J sent one of the prisoners to communicate with Jumper, Alligator, and Abram. The army moved about 16 miles and occupied a
Now, why the hell is these niggas talking to Abraham and he's supposed to be a slave? How is he one of the shot callers, one of the leaders, one of the go-tos, one of the ones that they gotta holler at? How did his name ended up being within this general that's a killer, that's a soldier, and he writing what he writing? And it's gonna be some other black people too that's gonna get stamped. But how how are they in these positions of power and leadership, and these Indians, so-called, this is supposed to be the one of the biggest wars that the United States government had, where they had to spend so much money to be able to win. These are supposed to be some of the top killer Indians, but they let niggas have a say so over their life and do what they do and shit like that. And then on top of that, we also gonna hear later on within the game that the Negroes was, I guess, was owning the Indians. Yeah, they gonna say something like that, man. It's crazy, man. That's just like I said, man. Just more information that's coming out of the Black Aborigines of America, and we're gonna check it out.
strong position on the lake. Several hundred head of cattle and a few ponies were taken today. 29. Lieutenant and arrived in camp about 9 o'clock. Colonel Henderson came in about 10 with 28 Negro and Indian prisoners. Janey, 28th. The army crossed the Thulassee and moved forward on the lake to Hopakaliga. General J sent one of the prisoners to communicate with Jumper, Alligator, and Abram. The army.
So one of the prisoners, I wonder who it was. Did they send out a nigga or one of the Indians? Who did they send out to go holler at Jumper, Abraham, and who?
Moved about forward on the lake to Hopakaliga. General J sent one of the prisoners to communicate with Jumper, Alligator, and Abram.
So Jumper, Alligator, and Abram. That would make it so crazy, man, that Abraham is my people's, man. That's make it so crazy, man. This shit is some crazy ass shit right here, man. I ain't even gonna front. To hear some shit like that from the general doing war, and he one of the ones. You know what I'm saying? He one of the guys. So it's like I said, man, it was black people over here in leadership And I don't see how niggas could be a slave and niggas just doing so much shit like this. You know, this is historic, man. This is some. I don't even know how this ain't even a big deal. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna make it a big deal though. But as you see, they sending the prisoner to go holler at the chiefs, the leaders, which you see Abraham is one of the ones you gotta holler. The general put his name out there, so I'm taking it that he one of the ones.
Forward on the lake Tohopekaliga, General J sent one of the prisoners to communicate with Jumper, Alligator, and Abram. The army moved about 16 miles and occupied a strong position on the lake. Several hundred head of cattle and a few ponies were taken today. 29.
They took some more cattle and they took some more ponies. So niggas is having things. And these niggas or these chiefs, there's a lot of niggas running around with, you know what I'm saying? That's doing what they doing. So, yeah. You just heard that they took 100 from somebody else. Now they got 100 more. Now they got some ponies with it also. So it's crazy.
9. Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield was sent forward with 2 companies of his battalion and Harris's Marines, accompanied by Lieutenant Chambers' aide-de-camp, to reconnoiter the country and ascertain whether the route on the margin of the lake was practicable. Major Morris directed to reconnoiter the country to the right and ascertain the direction of a heavy trail reported by the Indian scouts. Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield reported the route practicable for 10 miles in advance. His party brought in about 100 head of cattle and some ponies. Major Morris's Indians brought in cattle. Messenger sent to the Indian chiefs returned with a message from Alligator and Abram. He did not meet Jumper. Janey, 30th sent the messenger out to conduct Abram into camp.
Why is they even talking to a nigga? Like, why they even talking to a so-called slave? This is the army. What they talking to this nigga for? Why they just don't gaffle him up, arrest him, or do whatever they do, just handle him? They treating him with respect. They treating him like a chief. They treating him like he one of them. I don't know why they treating him like this. That's what it looked like. But no, I ain't tripping. Come on, man. They want to holler at him. They bringing them in to talk. Come sit at the table. Come holler at us. Come on, man. What? Come on, man. And I'm pretty sure that there was a lot of other niggas that did this also, but it ain't documented. I'm pretty sure this happened with a lot of other niggas, but this shit ain't fucking documented. Thank God that this shit is fucking documented. You know what I'm saying? But I'm pretty sure it's some other shit that happened before this, where it was some niggas was at the table with these niggas. For real though. So this shit crazy. We finna dig more into this.
Camp. The army remained in position, directed that the ration of corn be reduced to 4 quarts and that the horses be grazed during the day and that grass be cut for them for the night. Also that 8 ounces of bread and 6 ounces of meat should be the daily ration with 1.5 pounds of fresh beef, by as an extra issue. Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield with 3 companies of his command and Captain Harris's Marines were ordered to go out tomorrow and reconnoiter the trail on which Abram was known to have retreated with his people. Lieutenant Chambers directed.
Come on, man. My nigga got a trail. The OG, the chief. The chief. You know what I'm saying? He the farthest that I can go back within my family. You know what I'm saying? Abraham. And you know what make it so crazy too? That they not just saying Negro Abraham, Negro Abraham. They just saying Abraham, Abraham, Abraham. But you know what make it so crazy too that he also got an Indian name also. So that shit crazy. So yeah, this shit is man, shit real man. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna put it on.
Directed to accompany the detached and reconnoiter the trail on which Abram was known to have retreated with his people.
So when you say that, what they mean with his peoples? His peoples. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. This is crazy. His peoples. Who the hell you think these niggas is talking? These niggas is talking about the Aboriginal niggas from over there being over here. Niggas ain't running away. Niggas is over here. If anything, niggas was already over here, and niggas did get gaffled up, and niggas got up out of there and ran back home. If anything, come on, man. These is the natives. These is the Seminoles. These is the people that they really trying to get the fuck up out of there. They not worried about these other niggas. That shit crazy, man. You gotta listen to these niggas. His peoples. Come on, man. This nigga had a whole town, man. Village. You heard these niggas said that. Well, you ain't heard it yet, which you will hear it. That Osceola moving 400 people around. How many people you think Abraham moving around? And then it's like I say, John Horse was young, and you don't even hear about John Horse within here. So, but that's a whole nother story. We're gonna jump into that also later in the game. But we on this. Let's get back to it.
Lieutenant Chambers directed to accompany the detached. Colonel Stanton directed to proceed down the lake with one company of Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield's battalion, and Major command to ascertain whether the route down the lake was practicable, and whether the Big Cypress could be turned. 31st, Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield proceeded to execute the order given yesterday, ascertained the direct.
They don't even know if they can flip the section, the Big Cypress. They don't even know if they can do it. But they crazy. They gonna do it. But they having second thoughts. Let's bring that back. They having second thoughts. Let's bring that back.
On the lake with one company of Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield's battalion, and Major command to ascertain whether the route down the lake was practicable, and whether the Big Cypress could be turned. 31st, Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield proceeded to execute the order given yesterday, ascertained the direction of the trail. Lieutenant Colonel Stanton proceeded to execute.
This nigga Caulfield again is on a nigga ass. Now he on Abraham ass. He on the trail that they known for Abraham and his people to be on. We got Caulfield again. We got to do a deep dive on this Caulfield cat. We got to do a deep dive on this dude. This dude, he jumping in head first for everything for the army. He tripping. He coming through. This nigga name is on everything that got to do with that fuck shit, man. Shit is crazy. Who this nigga, man? Even somebody else standing there ran up on him with him too.
Execute the trail. Lieutenant Colonel Stanton proceeded to execute the orders given to him. Moved forward as far as the route was practicable. Neither wagons nor horses could be taken in that direction more than 10 or 15 miles. The whole country a vast glade or prairie, spotted with hammocks. The prairie a complete bog. The party discovered several Indians and a number of cattle and ponies. The messenger returned with Abraham, who informed General J that Jumper was near 2 days' journey from him, that his health was not good, and though desirous of peace, he apprehended he would not be able to visit him. He said the Indians desired to remain.
Yo, that's crazy. That's crazy. Let me bring that back.
In the country.
That's crazy that this Abraham Trail led to a whole bunch of Indians, and he come back telling the army what's going on, and they ain't even gaffle him. They treating him like he one of the leaders, one of the guys. He a chief. It's crazy. Talking to him, bring him to the table, man. Let's talk. And he has something to do with General Dade and them. See, that's what I'm saying. They want to talk to him. It's crazy.
The prairie route was practicable.
I would think they would have just got him up out of there. But we're going to see what's going on.
Neither wagons nor horses could be taken in that direction more than 10 or 15 miles. The whole country a vast glade or prairie, spotted with hammocks. The prairie a complete bog. The party discovered several Indians and a number of cattle and ponies. The messenger returned with Abraham, who informed General J that Jumper was near 2 days' journey from him, that his health was not good, and though desirous of peace, he apprehended he would not be able to visit him. He said the Indians desired to remain in the country, that the lands assigned to them.
Man, how he saying all this, man? He get to say all this. He get to say this. He get to say so. And they listening. Come on, let me bring that back. This is crazy.
West J that Jumper was near 2 days' journey from Indians and a number of cattle and ponies.
Now you talking too much. You definitely talking too much, but it is what it is. Hold on, baby. It should have been my jacket right there. Yes, yeah, he doing some talking, but they all doing some talking. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, they all doing some talking, but at the same time, he tripping, and he one of the guys, and he a warrior. He one of their superior warriors, and he get major love. And hey, it is what it is. But let's see how the army is taking it.
Messenger returned with Abraham, who informed General J that Jumper was near 2 days' journey from him, that his health was not good, and though desirous of peace, he apprehended he would not be able to visit him. He said the Indians desired to remain in the country, that the lands assigned to them west of the Mississippi were too far north, and that the Seminole.
He didn't come in shucking and jiving. He came in saying, hey, man, we can't do that, man. We ain't going to be able to do that, man. That ain't going to be able to work for us. He didn't come in shucking and jiving, man. He came in saying, this ain't going to work with something else on the table.
He said the Indians desired to remain in the country, that the lands assigned to them west of the Mississippi were too far north, and that the Seminoles, accustomed to a warm climate, could not live in one so cold, that the Miccosukes had caused the war, and had drawn the Seminoles into it by threats and persuasions. He said that the Indians were greatly distressed, and would gladly make peace, and if Micanopy would consent to remove west they would go, though reluctantly. He set out in the evening, accompanied by Captain Harris's mounted company, to secure him from attack from our Indians.
Them whole ass creeks. You hear that whole shit right there? Our Indians, so our Indians wouldn't attack him. Fuck ass niggas, man. And these the niggas had to come out here and live with it first. That's why I was big tripping. That's why it was big civil wars out here, man. Cause there really wasn't no love anyway from them guys, the Creeks. You know what I'm saying? For real though. For real, man. Niggas had to get escorted up out of there. Niggas was set tripping, huh? Niggas was trying to get at the OG, huh? That's crazy, man. They had to escort a nigga up out of there like they was escorting the black people to go to the schools or something, huh? They was tripping like that. Trying to get at the OG, man. Stop it, man. He walked through it, man. And he lived to be 80 or 90 or 100 years old on these whole ass niggas.
Feb 1 The Army fell back and took its former position on the Thalassehatchee for the purpose of preventing our Indians from going in advance of the encampment and thus interrupting his communication with the hostile chief.
And they didn't backdoor the nigga. They ain't even let they little homie sick him, the little Indian sick him. They ain't even, but they bagged up to where, you know what I'm saying, to where the Indians wouldn't even sneak off to even go do no fuck shit. So they respected them that much.
Feb 1 The Army fell back and took its former position on the Thalassehatchee for the purpose of preventing our Indians from going in advance of the encampment and thus interrupting his communication with the hostile chiefs. 2. The Army remained in position. Several trails were examined to the right, left, and rear of the camp. 3. Abraham came in today and reported that Jumper and Alligator were on their way to see me. He returned to meet them accompanied by John Hoppany, Yoholo Harjo, and also by Major Graham and Lieutenant Chambers.
So he came back through and said, hey, yeah, they gonna come through, holler at you. And he went back with some Creek. Them is Creek Indians. Them is they Indians. I guess them is they OGs are the ones that was trying to get at them. I guess that's they OGs or whatever. Yahola and John and the Major. So what? See what's going on.
General Jesup crossed over the Thalassehatchee, accompanied by Captain Harris's company of mounted Marines, as an escort, and by Colonel Horton, Captains Crossman and Lurrell, and Lieutenant Linnard. He and the officers of his staff departed their swords and other arms and, leaving the escort, proceeded forward perhaps a half a mile to meet the party. General J left Caps Crossman and Lurrell and Lieutenant Linnard and, with Colonel Horton, went forward. After riding about a mile they met the hostile chiefs attended by the officers, and the friendly Indian chiefs, and by several Indians and Negroes. The hostile party.
Several Indians and Negroes, man. And everything is hostile. But they went up in there. They went up in there to go talk. So I got to give it up to them. They went up in there. They wasn't scary. Let's see what happened whenever he went up in there.
Seemed to be so much alarmed that General Jesup sent an aide-de-camp to order his escort to camp. He also sent.
So he was so alarmed, he knew what time it was. The nigga said, hold on, let me get some more backup. Hey, sent off a little messenger. Hey, tell them to come through with this. Hurry up before it get crazy around here. So as you see, it was the real deal.
The hostile party seemed to be so much alarmed that General Jesup sent an aide de camp to order his escort to camp. He also sent his arms to camp and entered into conversation with Jumper on the subject of the war and the terms on which peace would be extended to the Indians. Jumper said the Miccosukes had caused the war, that they were bad people, and Micanopy had not been able.
Yeah, he finna start doing a lot of talking too. So I guess that's what go on. You know what I'm saying? Shit, almost like the feds, I guess. And they just got their little Fed case, and everybody cooperating. You know what I'm saying? Everybody cooperating. We done did the killing. We done went to war. We done tripped. Now we cooperating. Now we gonna see. Now let's talk. So this is where we at right now. General Day done already got done. This is after General Day, the biggest massacre. You got to keep that in mind. This is after the biggest massacre. So let's see how this go.
To restrain them, that the Indians, particularly the Seminoles, were desirous of peace and wished to live on terms of friendship with the white people. He was told that the Indians had commenced the war, that the president required that the white people should be, and that the only terms on.
So if they talking to the Seminoles, what do they mean to saying by the Indians started tripping? Is these the niggas? You see, this is gets so confusing. It gets so tangled up because they start word playing. So when they saying the Indians, they trying to say the Miccosukes. They trying to make a difference between Seminoles and Creeks and they trying to say a difference. On the for real. Bring that back.
On which desirous of peace and wished to live on terms of friendship with the white people. He was told that the Indians had commenced the war, that the president required that the white people, particularly the Seminoles. Jumper said the Miccosukes had caused the war, that they were bad people, and Micanopy had not been able to restrain them, that the Indians, particularly the Seminoles, were desirous of peace and wished to live on terms of friendship with the white people. He was told that the Indians had commenced the war, that the president required that the white people should be, and that the only terms on which peace could be granted would be the execution of the treaty, that the United States had purchased the whole country from Spain without any reservation having been made in favor of the.
So he tell them, hey, we done already purchased all this from Spain, so y'all gotta go. This is all us because we bought all this. So that's what he on right now.
Indians, that they had no right to lands except that which the United States had given them, that they had exchanged the rights which had been extended to them here for lands in the West, that in accordance with the stipulations of the treaty they had sent their chiefs to examine the country assigned to them. Their chiefs, of which he was one, had expressed themselves satisfied with the country, and therefore the president expected them to emigrate. He replied,
See, but that's a lie because they had to throw away that treaty for the simple fact that they ended up getting them people drunk and ended up persuading them to sign, and the government knew that and they threw that out. You know, they threw that Treaty of Fort Gibson up out of there because they said they had got them drunk. I think that the agent and all them even admitted it, and the government had to throw that out. So whenever they saying that y'all agreed to those lands and all that, they putting in a little swindle, right? They swindling them right now. They just kind of fast talking them.
that when he was west of the Mississippi he found the Indians all quarreling about their lands, a great deal of confusion to examine the country assigned to them. Their chiefs, of which he was one, had expressed themselves satisfied with the country, and therefore the president expected them to emigrate. He replied that when he was west of the Mississippi he found the Indians all quarreling about their lands, a great deal of confusion prevailed and war among them was apprehended. He observed that the country was too cold for people accustomed to live in Florida, that the Seminoles would all die if taken there. He said they considered this their own country, that the Spaniards had assured them that in transferring their rights to the United they had sold the country only so far as the white man had cultivated with the plow and the hoe, that the whole country beyond that line of cultivation belonged to the Indians.
You see how they tricked them? You see how the Spanish and the Americans tricked the Seminoles and all the other Indians by saying, or whoever that was dealing with Spain, I guess Spain told them, well, they just only bought land that's to where they ain't farming. Where they ain't tilling the land, wherever they tilling the land, that's them. But everything going back that way, that's all y'all. But as you see, they got them looking crazy right now. See what else they got to say about this.
He first only so far as the white man had cultivated with the plow and the hoe, that the whole country beyond that line of cultivation belonged to the Indians. He further remarked that he was only one of a number of chiefs, that he had a superior, that any promise made by him without the order of that superior and the decision of the other chiefs of the nation would be worthless. He was then asked who the Spaniards were who had informed him that the country not cultivated had been issued for the Indians. He replied that Governor Coppinger had given them that assurance. He was told that the Spanish officer had
So I'm gonna have to look into that. The governor, whoever that governor is at that time, Governor Coffiner, whoever that is, gonna have to look into that. Look like that they, broke another treaty, said another lies to my peoples, and got my peoples in a trick bag.
deceived them that the American government had paid $5 million for the whole country, and that Spain had made no reservation in favor of the Indians, that as the Indians had commenced the war we would continue it until they should leave the country. He then professed that time should be given them to consult together, and that a place be appointed to meet them. He mentioned Fort Armstrong and observed that they could assemble in 3 or 4 weeks. Preceding text on this page crossed out, and General J. Tampa Bay. He replied that the Indians were dispersed over an extensive country and it would take a long time to collect them, that Tampa Bay was too distant. G.J. then proposed Fort Dade, to which he assented, and promised to meet him there on the 18th instant with all the chiefs to whom messages could be sent. He remarked, however, that he could not be accountable for the Miccosukes. They were dispersed in small parties, and he could neither say whether they would visit G.J. or cease hostilities, but he believed they were tired of the war. General J. acceded to the arrangement to meet them at Fort Dade of the 18th. The chiefs with their party, about 20, remained all night near our camp, some of our friendly chiefs with them. And as the latter informed me, they spent the greater part of the night in conference with them. February 4th, Jumper came into camp and took breakfast with General Jesup, Alligator, and Abraham, with their followers, also came in. Come on, man. My nigga was able to have breakfast with these niggas, man. Come on, man. How this nigga sitting at the table eating with these niggas, man. That shit crazy, man. They renewed their promises to meet General J on the 18th, were furnished with subsistence for their return, and the army was put in motion on its return march to Fort Armstrong. Marched about 18 miles, and encamped on strong ground between three considerable ponds or lakes. February 5th. Marched at sunrise, moved past two of its old encampments, crossed the Thalan Haki, and encamped near the Apopka Lake. 6. General J left the army under General Armistead and proceeded with a small escort of mounted men through Fort Armstrong, where he arrived early in the evening, and found dispatches from Governor Call and General Reed at Tallahassee, Colonels Warren and Cross, Major McClintock and Captain D. From the north part of the territory, Major Gardner; at Volusia, Captain Crabb of the Navy, Fort Brooke from the Adjutant General. 7. The army returned this morning in good health and fine spirits. Wrote to the Secretary of War, reported the operations and results of the expedition to the Adjutant General.
So now he first to write everybody about the meeting that he just had with Jumper that we just heard. He first to even write the president, but he first to write all the officers, all the little forts, let everybody know what the deal is.
Wrote to Colonel Fanning at the head of Lake Monroe, to Major Gardner at Volusia, to Colonel Crow at Fort Henderson, and to Governor Call and General Reed in Tallahassee. Ordered that the 6th Infantry remain in Florida. Phoebe 8th, Lieutenant Colonel Stanton to Washington City with dispatches for the War Department. Wrote to the President. To Major McClintock camped at Fort Drane. To Lieutenant Colonel Foster commanding south of the Withlacoochee. To Commodore Dallas, to Major General Macomb reported instructions for Colonel Stanton. Instructed Captain Page in relation to Indian difficulties in Alabama. To Colonel Warren ComDR. At Jacksonville, and to Captain Crabb of the Navy. 9. Wrote to Lieutenant Colonel Miller, ordered the 2nd Brigade to Fort Dade. General J proceeded to Fort Dade with an escort of mounted men. Send instructions to Lieutenant Watkins to afford every possible facility to Governor Call, and to improve, if possible, the navigation of the Withlacoochee from Fort Clinch down. 10. Instructed Lieutenant Colonel Foster in relation to the defense of the country entrusted to him. Replied to dispatches received from him last night. Moved forward to Fort Foster. Received there a dispatch from Brigadier General Hernandez, communicating his attack on John Caesar's party and the death of that turbulent fellow. Fed.
John Caesar is one of the OGs. He one of the black leaders during that time. He had his own village. Yes, sir. 305 War Chief. Let me get you ranched up one moment. John Caesar. You know what I'm saying? And, what makes it so crazy about that, because with that, I'm not sure if Caesar Bruner, I don't know, I'm going to have to look more into that. But I think that his people is definitely out here also. His descendants is definitely out here in Oklahoma also, and out there in Florida also. You know what I'm saying? But we got to give it up for John Caesar real quick. They was hating on him. They called him
last night. Moved forward to Fort Foster. Received there a dispatch from Brigadier General Hernandez, communicating his attack on John Caesar's party.
So Hernandez, I'm going to have to look up Hernandez because he ended up getting at my peoples. So I'm going to have to do a deep dive on Hernandez because he up here writing how he the one that got John Caesar up out of here. You know what I'm saying? I don't like that. See what this nigga had to say. Hold on.
Party and the General Hernandez. Communicating his attack on John Caesar's party and the death of that turbulent fellow. Feb. 11 went down to Fort Brooke for the purpose of
We gotta give it up for John Caesar real quick, man. Hold on, man. Gonna give it up for John Caesar. We're gonna also give it up for Cooper. They ended up getting caught up in the twist also. Gonna give it up for Cooper also with this.
How I wish you were here. Too many deaths in the family, everybody around me are dropping like flies and it's making me crazy. Another year, another one pass. Man, I'd rather see you locked up than dead in that body gas, but now they gone to a better place. But it would never be the same if you ain't standing face to face. Everybody sheds a tear when it goes down, but don't get you reminiscing, you know they still no found. So drop your head to the church song, and for the ones that can't take it, but them you gotta stay strong. Some call it a miracle, some call it a blessing. Call it what you want, but the homie still have me. And now we gone to them stars above. Them golden gates can't wait to let him in and show him love. I reminisce, so I shed a tear. Shouts out the tiny half-dead vision you was here. I wish you were here. I wish you were here. How I wish you were here. I wish you were here.
Now I'm back up in the hood on a Tuesday. I got to say rest in peace to Pumpkin and 8, babe. Lil Dougie Radio and Slap Rock, y'all got nuts. And my relative James, aka OG Peanut. Ricky One Wiener meeting Lil Boulay, y'all got love. From Green Eyes, Westside, equal family gangster blood. And like Red Rum said, all dogs go to heaven. And that's on the 4A block, not 277. What's up, Young Lee, Slow Mo, Smurf, and Frankie? Below Taco Havoc in the homegirl Goldie. Killer, hey baby, Lil J and Lil Bangin' and Dog and all my homies from the family gang. And I can't forget about the 10 and the 4 mafia riders. Lil Hawk, Doc Nutty, Basper, and Spider. Big Blood in the woods, got moves stick together. YG, Green Eyes, Inglewood forever.
I wish you were here. I wish you were here. How I wish you were here.
It's much love to the MIP.
obtaining a copy of the treaty in relation to the Indians in Florida, and of communicating with Commodore Dallas.
Have to give it up for John Caesar real quick and all the fallen Seminoles, everybody, man. My grandma, man. Amy's grandpa, man. All my peoples, man. Going back to these days, straight up, man. Niggas did my niggas dirty, man. Trying to wipe my niggas down, get my niggas up off the land. You know what I'm saying? Shit crazy, man.
Dallas, the Commodore, had left for Pensacola, but found Captain Crabbe in command and ready to cooperate, was not able to obtain a copy of the treaties. 12. Examined the state of the service at Fort Brooke, directed that all ardent spirits in the hands of the sutlers be placed in the possession of the commissary. 13. Continued arrangements for the service. Wrote to the Adjutant General, send a detachment of Indian warriors of Conchartamico's band to St. Mark's. Directed a detachment of recruits which had arrived under commander of Captain Mallory to be armed and sent to Fort Dade. 14. Jay departed for Fort Dade. Received dispatches from Colonel Fanning reporting a battle to have been fought at the head of Lake Monroe on the morning of the 8th instant. Wrecked dispatches from Major Harlem of the South Carolina Militia. Arrived at Fort Foster, wrote in reply to Major Horton, examined the grounds and the work, also the causeway north of the Hillsborough. February 15th. Wrote to Colonel Crane, left Fort Foster, proceeded to Fort Dade, arrived there early in the afternoon. It rained heavily, and not having tents, General J with the gentlemen of his family, took quarters in one of the blockhouses. The Indians reported that a large trail was discovered crossing the road to the east about 6 miles south of Fort Dade. 16. The train came up and General J encamped with the troops in a tent. Directed that the underwood should be cleared away in the vicinity of the fort. 17. Reported to the adjutant general. Wrote to the Secretary of War, also to Colonel Fanning. 18. Major Nelson, having been ordered by Colonel Foster to this fort, was today directed to proceed to Tampa Bay. Abraham came in with a flag and reported that Jumper, Hollock Touche, Alligator and other chiefs were on the way to visit General J. He was accompanied by a nephew of the Indian chief Cloud. February 19th. Abraham came in today. The chiefs have not arrived. General J.
Come on, man. My nigga just get to move around back and forth, get to come in with the flag and just doing what he do. Man, it's crazy, man. I don't know why they just didn't gaffle him up. I mean, because he wasn't nobody's property. That's why. Born in Florida, been in Florida, doing this. Definitely, the big mystery is his mama and daddy. That nigga just trying to find. But it's hard to say that he ain't, man. Shit is crazy, man.
Is apprehensive they may deceive him. 20th. The hostile chiefs not having arrived.
So he's saying, yeah, they coming through. He playing middleman right now, and they ain't even I mean, I guess they tripping with him, but they ain't even. This supposed to be a Negro slave. How you just come on, man? They treat them just like the Indians during this time, because as you're gonna see that once the other people start coming in and they gonna let them kind of move around too, in and out the game. So, man, this shit crazy.
By a nephew of the Indian chief Cloud. February, ordered by Colonel Foster to this fort, was today directed to proceed to Tampa Bay. Abraham came in with a flag and reported that Jumper, Hollock Touche, Alligator and other chiefs were on the way to visit General J. He was accompanied by a nephew of the Indian chief Cloud. February 19th. Abraham came in today.
And he with the Indian chief son. I mean, come on, man. The big chief. Come on, man. He like uncle. Come on, man. Stop. Come on, man. Trying to tell these whole ass niggas, the Seminoles, it was a kinship before all the bullshit happened. It was kinship before the Creeks ended up getting turned out by some Indian agents, and they ended up turning out the Seminole niggas, which some of them niggas is they cousins, and that's how we ended up getting in a twist, and these niggas didn't respect us no more, to where they niggas gonna treat us like these other niggas they seeing around this motherfucker. And niggas got the game fucked up because nigga bringing that shit back to light, and it is what it is. We gonna definitely put a highlight on this to show that niggas was doing their thing, was from the land, natives, and was combative with the government. These wasn't people that went to school at the time. They from the land. They doing whatever they doing on the land at the time, and they with the natives of the land. And let's see what else happened.
The chiefs have not arrived. General J is apprehensive they may deceive him. 20th. The hostile chiefs not having arrived, General J sent an express to Lieutenant Call, directing his purchase at Savannah of 400 good horses. The Indian chiefs sent in messengers to account for their delay. They were detained by high waters and had mistaken the day. They found it difficult to call in all the chiefs, in consequence of their being too much dispersed. Wrote to the Secretary of War. Wrote to Major Cross on the subject of fresh horses. acted on the proceedings of a general court-martial on the cases of the Alabama militiamen. 21. Addressed His Excellency Gov. Schley of Georgia on the subject of the defense of Georgia and Alabama. The Indian chiefs have not yet arrived. 22. Lieutenant Colonel Crane directed to reinforce Lieutenant Call, in Volusia, with 2 additional companies of South Carolina militia. Wrote to Major Cross on the subject of fresh horses. Alligator and Cloud have come in and report that Holock Touche will be in tonight. Communicated with Sissy of War. Wrote to General Hernandez and Lieutenant Colonel Crane giving instructions for the defense of their respective districts. An express came in from Tallahassee. 23. Wrote to Governor Call and informed him that I should not require any Florida militia in the field. Wrote also to General Reed, Colonel Whitner, Lieutenant Vinton, and Cap Thomas. Holock Touche, Cloud, Alligator, and other principal Indians visited GLJ today. The report Jumper sick and unable to attend, and Jumper's son, nephew to Micanopy, sustained an injury on the way which prevented him from coming in. The chiefs named met General J in council. They stated their desire for peace but said they were not instructed as to any terms, but that whatsoever Micanopy would agree to the whole nation would confirm. Holock Touche informed General J that Micanopy had sent word to him that his troops had driven him to a bad swamp from the good land on which he had formerly lived, and he hoped to be permitted to remain there with his people. Holock Touche was informed that peace would be granted on no other condition than emigration, that it was considered that the Indian chiefs were attempting to trifle with us, that Jumper had not fulfilled his promise, and that no arrangement would be made except with Micanopy himself. Holock Touche offered to go to Micanopy and receive his instructions and to bring Jumper in. He was informed that Micanopy must come, that General J would do business with no other person. The chief replied that Micanopy would come, and Holock Touche said he would bring him provided time could be allowed. General J informed that the time he mentioned was longer than necessary and directed him to mention the shortest period possible. To bring Micanopy and Jumper in the 4th of March was named and accepted. But 12 hostages were required to answer for their good faith. They were told, however, to take the night to consider what had been required of them, and to give their answer the next day, and they retired to their camp. 24. The Indian chiefs came in. The greater part of the day was spent in conference with them individually, or in council. With them collectively they acceded to the terms required, and Holock Touche prepared to visit Micanopy. Abraham is to go with him. Alligator is to go to Jumper, and Cloud is to remain.
Oh, man, he get to move around and he get to move around like them.
In the neighborhood.
Matter of fact, he get to go holler at the big chief.
Holock Touche prepared to visit Micanopy. Abraham is to go with him. Alligator is to go to Jumper, and Cloud is to remain in the neighborhood. 12 hostages are to remain in camp, and a party under a sub-chief about a mile from camp. 25. Holock Touche and the other chiefs brought in the hostages, and obtained subsistence and corn for their family. General J sent a horse for Micanopy, and one for Jumper, and he furnished Holock Touche with one also. The chiefs took leave of General J and proceeded on their journey. Reported to the Sissy of War. Communicated with Lieutenant Colonel Crane, General Hernandez, and Governor Call, in relation to the defense of the country. Reported to the Adjutant General. Directed tents and camp equipage to be furnished for the hostages. 26. Detached Major Zanzinger with 200 men to repair the road to Fort Foster and 5 miles south of it. 27. Ordered that the horses of the army should be grazed daily from sunrise until an hour before sunset, and that parties should be turned out under the direction of the Inspector General. 28. The troops were mustered by the Inspector General, RECD various commands. March 1st. Directed that descriptive rolls should be furnished by commanding officers of companies to the principal surgeons at the depot hospitals, of all their sick men in those hospitals. Wrote to Lieutenant Call, instructing him to reoccupy Fort Mellon on Lake Monroe. Ordnance men to be continued on duty at Black Creek. Lieutenant Call ordered to cause the dredge boat to be returned to the engineer department. Reported to the Adjutant General, in relation to Captain, and Captain Crossman ordered of Colonel Henderson. Wrote to Lieutenant Colonel Foster in relation to his request of a leave of absence and his relations with the Indians. To Lieutenant Watkins on the subject of a collision of authority with Lieutenant Bell. Wrote to Lieutenant Bell on the same subject, informed him that Lieutenant Watkins was under his command and subject to his orders, but was the same time subject in his administrative capacity to the calls of the service at large. Wrote to General Hernandez approving his plan for calling volunteers into the service, as orders for the defense of this district. Ordered additional supplies of ordnance stores to Volusia. Communicated with Major McClintock commanding Fort Drane. With Lieutenant Leib of the Navy, on the subject of soldiers left there. With Captain Harvey Brown on the subject of issue of rations to gamblers and others of similar character. Sent to the Adjutant General orders issued in the Creek Nation with special orders issued in Florida. March 2nd. Sent off expresses to Fort Brooke. Fort Drane and Fort Call instructed Major Childs in relation to soldiers of the 3rd Infantry at his post. Wrote to Major Cross on the subject of very private affairs, as well as on public matters. Gave leave of absence to Lieutenant Colonel Foster for 30 days in consequence of severe domestic afflictions. Lieutenant Chambers made an experiment with an Indian rubber boat on a pond in the camp. It was found to be capable of carrying 40 men. Cloud.
What they mean, a Indian rubber boat. So niggas already have boats that was rubber over here. I need to look into that also, man. The Indian rubber boat. Crazy.
One of the hostile chiefs and several of the hostile warriors witnessed the experiment. Hostile Indians come to camp every day with venison and turkeys and other proceeds of the chase. Let go to Black Creek he rode my sorrel horse. March 3rd. A heavy and steady rain commenced about an hour before day and continued until 11 o'clock. Several hostile Indians came in who had not been in camp previously. 2 hastily returned from Tampa Bay, having been permitted to visit their relations who were prisoners. The train came in from Tampa consisting of upwards of 80 wagons. Wrecked a letter from the Adjutant General, acknowledging several communications and copies of orders, and informing of the approbation of the Secretary of War of General J.S. order retaining the 6th Regiment in Florida, and authorizing him to retain it as long as the service should require it. G.L. Read the conclusion of General C.C.'s defense in the intelligence. He has embodied first truth enough to mystify the public to produce upon the public mind the same effect as falsehood. March 4th.
You heard how they lie to the public? Let's bring that back. That's crazy. Hold on. Let's bring
Jim
that
Boy
back. That's the newspapers.
Read the conclusion of General C.C.'s defense in the intelligence. He has embodied.
And the intelligence. What's his name?
retain it as long as the service should require it. GL. Read the conclusion of General Sassy's defense.
General Sassy's defense intelligence.
In the intelligence he has embodied first truth enough to mystify the public to produce upon the public mind the same effect as falsehood. March 4th.
Giving the public falsehood of what's going on. So they lying to the public. They lying to the public. The general says it right there. Let's bring it back one more time.
And authorizing him to retain it as long as the service should require it. GL. Read the conclusion of General Sassy's defense. In the intelligence he has embodied first truth enough to mystify the public to produce upon the public mind the same effect as falsehood. March 4th. Jim Boy called to see GLJ and to report his return from Tampa. Showed him letters which he had received from the Creek country. Complained of the conduct of Boyd. General J directed Captain Lurl to investigate the complaint. Abraham came in and reports that Jumper had arrived with his family, and that Davy or Holok Tucci would be in today. Alligator has not come in. Abraham says his family is sick. Philip had been heard from. It is reported that he had many of his men wounded in the battle with Lieutenant Colonel Fanning and that he was compelled to remain behind to take care of them. Jumper sent General J a message that he desired to come in and shake hands with him, and that he would talk to him tomorrow. The conduct of the Indians is not entirely satisfactory. Jumper and Ho Latouche requested tents which were ordered. Women have come in today for the first time. Jumper and Holot Tucci came in and it was arranged that they should meet General J in council tomorrow. March 5th. Holot Tucci, Jumper, Cloud, and several sub-chiefs came in today. General J with the officers of his staff, the principal officers of the army, and the principal friendly Indian chiefs. Met them in council. General J inquired whether Micanopy had come in. Holot Tucci answered that the time allowed was so short and he was so unwieldy that he could not come, but that he had given full power to him, Jumper, and Cloud to act for him, and that he would notify what they should agree to. He said, when I first visited you I had no instructions from Micanopy Jumper's son, then had his talk, but he was taken sick on the way and could not come. Now I have authority from him to agree to all you require. General J. Does Micanopy understand that emigration is an indispensable condition of peace? Yes, and he agreed to it. He understood that his property would be secured to him. He said that. Micanopy directed him to say that when the next broken days were arranged he would come. General J. said it was trifling to speak of more broken days. 2 distinct times and places of meeting had been agreed on. Micanopy disappointed him in both. The next time of meeting must be for all the people to assemble in camp prepared to emigrate. You were told when last here that Micanopy must come. Jumper said Holot Tucci was authorized to sign for Micanopy. General J. Have he and you full powers to treat? Jumper. Yes. General J. Have you power to treat for the whole nation? Jumper. We wish time to collect the whole nation and make a fresh treaty. General J. That cannot be done. If you desire peace you can have it. If war you can have it. My troops are ready. Those who do not come in when required will be attacked immediately. How many days will be necessary to collect the people? Jumper. 10 days to assemble the men at Micanopy's, but I cannot tell how long to collect the Mikazukis. General J. Would the Mikazukis consider themselves bound by your engagements, or would they act as you desire them? Jumper. The governor, Micanopy, has conceded to emigrate the small chiefs and all under his rule. The Creeks who are among us will give up with the rest. The Mikazukis cannot hold the country. General J. How long will it take the Indians to collect their cattle and property? Jumper. I cannot tell. General J.I. shall expect them to bring their families to Tampa Bay. And then they can return and collect their cattle. Jumper, this is not as we wish. You seem to desire to hurry us off by force. Allow us time. We have given our word. It is our bond. We will collect our property and then move off. We can communicate with you in the meantime. General J. We do not manage business in that way. Mention sometime in about which you can ready. Jumper, I think it to sell our cattle and other property will take till near fall. General J. I cannot listen to this. You must go at once, and I will pay a fair price for your cattle and ponies. Jim Boy and the other friend.
Hey, the general got mad, huh? He said he ain't listening. Y'all gotta go. You talking about the fall? No, that ain't. they tried to. They wasn't trying to leave, man. I feel them, man. They trying to wiggle up out of there, man. Trying to wiggle, but he say, man, we'll pay you, man. We'll pay you what you want for your cattle, for your things, man. It's crazy.
Chiefs here made sell our cattle and General J. We do not manage business in that way. Mention sometime in about which you can ready. Jumper, I think it to sell our cattle and other property will take till near fall. General J. I cannot listen to this. You must go at once, and I will pay a fair price for your cattle and ponies. Jim Boy and the other friendly chiefs here made a few remarks on urging the Seminoles to agree to the terms of General J and move at once to the west. Jumper then said, I wish to consult the Creek chiefs Jim Boy, John Hassani, and Tustanush Harjo to know how the business was done in their nation. Today we will talk with them, and we will agree on what we will do tonight. We are tired of fighting and will not take up arms against the whites again. We do not expect to remain in the country, but agree to go. But we wish to go by land. That General J replied could not be permitted. Jim Boy came to General J. In the evening to ascertain his views. He with the other friendly chiefs arranged among themselves.
Hey, you know what make it so crazy about that? Because I was hearing, I don't know, it being like a little topic within the little community as far as when was the word white used. And as you can see, that the general is using the word white. Yeah, Tutti, yeah, that's crazy. Whenever I started hearing, I was like, that's crazy. You know what I'm saying? For real, though, it's got to be a crazy connection, man. But, you know what I'm saying? I was thinking, damn, hold up, I kind of lost my thought real quick. Hold on.
Chiefs Jim Boy, John Hassani, and Tustanush Harjo to know how the business was done in their nation. Today we will talk with them, and we will agree on what we will do tonight. We are tired of fighting and will not take up arms against the whites again. We do not expect to remain in the country, but agree to go. But we wish to go by land. That General J replied could not be permitted. Jim Boy came to General J. In the evening to ascertain his views. He with the other.
Don't let me bring that back. Hold on.
Then said, I wish to consult the Creek chiefs Jim Boy, John Hassani, and agree to the terms of General J and move at once to the west. Jumper then said, I wish to consult the Creek chiefs Jim Boy, John Hassani. You must go at once, and I will pay a fair price for your cattle and ponies. Jim Boy and the other friendly chiefs here made a few remarks on urging the Seminoles to agree to the terms of General J and move at once to the west. Jumper then said, I wish to consult the Creek chiefs Jim Boy, John Hassani, and Tustanush Harjo to know how the business was done in their nation. Today we will talk with them, and we will agree on what we will do tonight. We are tired of fighting and will not take up arms against the whites again. We do not expect to remain in the country, but agree to go. But we wish to go by land. That General J replied could not be permitted. Jim Boy came to General J. In the evening, to ascertain his views, he with the other friendly chiefs arranged among themselves to visit the Seminole camp tomorrow morning. They were prevented from going out this evening by the severe indisposition of John Hoswani's son. 6. The friendly chiefs visited the Seminoles, had a long talk with them, and returned to camp perfectly satisfied that they were sincere in their wish for peace, and their promise to emigrate. The Seminole chiefs came in about 11 o'clock, and General J. met them in council, when they agreed for themselves and the nation that hostilities should cease, and should not be resumed, that the whole nation should immediately emigrate to the country assigned to them west of the Mississippi. That until they emigrate they should place in the hands of the general commanding hostages for the faithful performance of their engagements, that they will immediately withdraw to the south of the Hillsborough, and that all found north of that river, and a line drawn due east from Fort Foster to the ocean, without the permission of the general commanding, after the 1st of April, are to be considered hostile. Micanopy is to be one of the hostages. General J. stipulated.
So he trying to draw a line in the sand and say, hey, after April, if y'all in a certain area, it's on and popping, y'all hostile, and we're gonna handle y'all like that. So they at the round table talking.
On the part of the United States that the Seminoles should be secure in their persons and property, that their Negroes shall accompany them west of the Mississippi, that their cattle and.
See, now when they say they're Negroes, that's how they just describing niggas. You know, just like I say, a nigga at that time, he gotta have a master. It don't matter where you at or where you doing on the earth. You could be an Indian, they just found you, nigga. You gotta have some type of master. So they try to they try to label us like a second tier type motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? But as you can see within the journal, that nigga just doing leadership type shit. You know what I'm saying? Niggas just the ones that they fighting with. Niggas just the ones that they capturing. Niggas just the ones that they having problems with. Niggas just the ones when they running up on these Indian villages, there's a whole bunch of niggas around this motherfucker. So don't get it twisted whenever you hear this shit with the Seminoles when they say they're Negroes. All they saying is that basically that y'all is responsible for these niggas. But this is kinship. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm trying to let the world know. And that's what we're gonna let the world know. And it being tainted with a lot of racism for almost 200 years. Been tainted with. It's 2025. I would say the tainting started in the 1870s, 80s, probably somewhere in that area. I'm gonna pinpoint that. Don't worry about. I'm gonna pinpoint all this. But now we right here with it, with General Jesup and how he giving it up. So we're gonna continue.
Ponies shall be paid for at a fair valuation, that the expenses of the movement west should be defrayed by the United States, that the chiefs, warriors, and their families shall be subsisted from the time they assemble in camp near Tampa Bay, until they arrive at their homes west of the Mississippi, and 12 months thereafter. To assemble in the camp to be designated by the commanding general as soon as possible, and at all events went by the 10th of April, all the advantages of the treaty at Payne's Landing not enumerated in the present capitulation to be secured to them. It was agreed that Micanopy should come in 9 days from the 7th, and 9 broken sticks representing the number of days were given to Holot Tucci, who agreed to see Micanopy and report to him what he had done. March 7th, Jumper brought in the hostages, and their names were taken, and they were directed to remain with John Hassani, G.L.J. Had long conferences with Holat Tucci, Cloud, Jumper, and Abraham. They informed him that the Creeks who came down and joined them last.
How he having long speeches with them and Abraham at the table, but they try to label him as a interpreter or something like that. Come on, man. They talking to these people without him around, so don't get it twisted, man. He is a factor. Just like in the beginning of the journals where it said that General Jesup, this is about General Jesup and the Second Seminole War and how he is talking to the Seminole leaders. So uh, Abraham is one of the Seminole leaders. You know what I'm saying? And there was many other black Seminole leaders. You know what I'm saying? Had to give it up to John Caesar. Had to, and his son before them, hundreds of years before. That nigga's gonna get. We gonna dig him up. We gonna dig him up. That's what we do. And put a spotlight on the OGs.
Summer urged them not to surrender, saying that we had violated our promises to them, that many of them surrendered on the appearance that they would be well treated and protected, but that we immediately put them into jails and loaded them with chains. General J directed Lieutenant Chambers to notice the statement. 8. The hostages were missing this morning. Abraham gave information of it. Cloud, hearing of it, offered to remain in their places. Jumper.
So the hostages that they brought in, I'm thinking that they let them go, and they basically said, "Well, we just gonna said we're gonna have Cloud just sitting in they place for them." You know what I'm saying? Jumper, you go get them. You know what I'm saying? Abraham, you go tell them that them niggas is gone. And them niggas playing the game with them, man. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm thinking. You know what I'm saying? Because they brought them in, the hostages leave, but then they talking about, well, you know, Minaj sit in for them.
Pursued them, having promised to bring them in. He and Cloud left others in their. 8. The hostages were missing this morning. Abraham gave information of it. Cloud, hearing of it, offered to remain in their places. Jumper. Pursued them, having promised to bring them in. He and Cloud left others in their places until they should be brought in. Abraham complained that Major Fagan had cheated him out of $280.
So we got a black man complaining in 1837 saying, nigga, your partner owe me 200 and how much?
General others in their places until they should be brought in. Abraham complained that Major Fagan had cheated him out of $280.
$280. What the hell, the general major? What? How is the major owing a so-called slave $280? And he tripping about it. And they ain't hang him. They didn't get at him. They didn't beat him up. They didn't check him. That's what happened.
General J gave him $50. Ola Tucci.
Come on, man. He ended up getting $50 in 1837, man. I don't know what for, but only the Chiefs was getting money back then. Like that. From generals. People that they tripping with in the fields. With the Indians. Come on, man. This is crazy.
She took leave and departed. John Hassany's son, a fine youth, died last night. He was buried today with the honors of war. And according to the ceremonies of the Episcopal Church, March 9th, Abraham came in and reported that Jumper had returned without the hostages in consequence of his horse having broken down. General J. ordered that he be furnished with.
So he was able to come in with bad news and say, well, shit, he didn't find him in his horse, and he was able to get another horse for him. Come on, man. How he getting able to do all this? And he's supposed to be a slave. I ain't heard nothing within this general talking about him a slave. They talking he's a leader. He's part of the leadership. They got to rub shoulders with him to be able to make all this work also, like they rubbing shoulders with everybody else.
With a fresh horse, Abram took leave and departed. GL.
Come on, man. What this nigga had a job or something? Nigga said the nigga took leave. Like, they gonna say that Micanopy took leave. They gonna say that a lot of people took leave. He general, major, lieutenants taking leave. How is the so-called slave able to take leave? Come on, man. How we gotta make this make sense, man? It's like I say, niggas was already here, fighting for the land. This was in the area that the so-called Americans, people from England, wasn't in there like that over here like that. We was still holding it down for the land. This was one of the last fights like that. Whereas documents, like I say, I'm pretty sure before it was niggas getting down in this misdocumentation going on, which we gonna have to find it out because we gonna find it. We just got to keep digging in the right places, in the right areas, keep doing deep dives on these research. But whatever you doing, whatever we doing, and it's going to pop up. Because everybody, and that's what I love about this community, is that everybody got gems. Everybody got crazy nuggets, diamonds in the rough. Everybody. So keep on finding the diamonds in the rough so we can put this together. Put this together, man. For real.
Jay read today the decision of the President on the proceedings of the Court of Inquiry in the case of General Scott at Frederick. The course pursued by the court was most extraordinary. They condemned General J unheard through his conduct was not before them for investigation. General J read a notice of the remarks of W. Preston on the subject of the Court of Inquiry. He hopes they may investigate the matter. He apprehends nothing from investigation. Cloud took leave today and promised to have his people assembled in a few days.
We got another chief, Cloud, taking leave. Abraham taking leave. How he moving like the Chiefs? Because he's a chief. You heard him say that the Abraham Trail with him and his peoples. Come on, man. How much we gonna bring it all out? That's why I'm bringing all this out. Let's talk about it.
John Hassany called with Yoholo Harjo and a Creek who came down last summer. The Creek informed General J that Nokozi Yoholo with all the hostile Creeks would come in, that Yoholo Harjo had informed them that General J had taken him out of jail and knocked the irons off him. Many of them, he said, had fled and left their families behind. Their families had been removed to the west, and they desired to follow. John Hassany said that Koi Harjo would also come in, and a Tallahassee chief declared that his people would also be in.
So that's how they also got a lot of Creeks to be able to get at us, because they got at them and took their families out west. And they was trying to get out there, but they say, okay, yeah, for you to be able to get out there, you got to do this. And, they came a part of their warrior pack of infantry that they could use against us to get us up out the swamps.
He received WFM Taylor, who had been some days in camp, called to take leave of General J. He goes to Tampa tomorrow. March 10th. General J with a small escort went today to the forks of the Weethalok Ku-Chi. The water at the junction of the rivers is deep. A high bluff or sandhill is within 150 yards of the junction but near the water. The land is low. It is covered with some grass, now in seed. The party returned at 2 o'clock and found Jumper. He had overtaken the runaway hostages. They are to be in tomorrow. And he has determined to remain in camp until they come in.
The runaway hostages. Hostages is the black people. You're gonna bring that back to runaway hostages? Or I guess a Pan African would say, no, they're talking about the hostages that ran away. But let's see what they say.
And found Jumper. He had overtaken the runaway hostages. They are to be in tomorrow. And he has determined to remain in camp until they come in. General J has ordered
Okay, I'm tripping. I'm reaching. So, yeah, that's Jumper that was out there trying to get at. Okay, so that's because he the one supposed to go get him.
assistance today. The party returned at 2 o'clock and found Jumper. He had overtaken the runaway hostages. They are to be in tomorrow. And he has determined to remain in camp until they come in. General J has ordered subsistence today for the Indians. An express arrived with dispatches from Gel. Hernandez, Lieutenant Colonel Crane, and Lit. Colonel Brown and Gel H send the statements of 2 Negroes who had been 8 or 9 months with the Indians. March 11th. Jumper came to inform General J that 4 of the hostages had arrived, that the 5th was hunting.
Now, what they say about these 2 Negroes? Well, hold on, who these 2 Negroes?
Hernandez, Lieutenant Colonel Crane, and Lit. Colonel Brown and Gel H send the statements of 2 Negroes who had been 8 or 9 months with the Indians. March 11th. Jumper came to inform.
So they just gonna say it's 2 Negroes with these niggas. 2. So is these the Negroes that they say that ran from Carolina and Georgia or something? That who is these 2? What's so important about these 2 Negroes that's running with these people? I don't even know why they even put that in there. Hold on, let me bring that back. I probably need to go back a little
General
farther.
J that water. The land is low. It is covered with some grass, now in seed. The party returned at 2 o'clock and found Jumper. He had overtaken the runaway hostages. They are to be in tomorrow. And he has determined to remain in camp until they come in. General J has ordered subsistence today for the Indians. An express arrived with dispatches from Gel. Hernandez, Lieutenant Colonel Crane, and Lit. Colonel Brown and Gel H send the statements of 2 Negroes who had been 8 or 9 months with the Indians. March 11th. Jumper came to inform General J that 4 of the hostages.
How they know that 2 Negroes is with these niggas for these certain months? That's kind of goofy. I don't even know how that's weird. Got to be something to that, but we're gonna see what's up.
Had arrived, that the 5th was hunting white cranes and would be in tomorrow, and that the 6th was detained by 9 months with the Indians. March 11th. Jumper came to inform General J that 4 of the hostages had arrived, that the 5th was hunting white cranes and would be in tomorrow, and that the 6th was detained by Abram to help him hunt his cattle.
So Abraham detaining motherfuckers. So he detaining Indians. or it's these black people. So it's Abraham detaining an Indian and having a nigga do something for him. So the other four, so it looked like it was six of them that had, I guess, ran away. Four came back with Jumper. One said, "All right, I'll be there. Uh, I'm first to go hunt these white cranes, but I'll be over there later on." And the other one got captured or not. I don't even know why they detained. Kind of sound policious. Is this nigga the police with these niggas or something? What the hell going on? Detained the hostage and had this nigga help him look for his cattle. Come on, man. And this nigga is a slave. He's not a chief. He's not one of a factor. How's he able to move like this? Come on, man. It's crazy.
He was told that all must come in, that two of Cloud's men would be retained in their places until they should come in. General J was informed by W. Odom of Alabama that the families of the Indian warriors were very much annoyed by the whites in Alabama, in consequence of the men at Echo Harjo's camp being suspected of having joined the hostile Indians in the swamps. These Indians had been taken to Tuskegee and camped within the pickets. Wrote to Colonel Crowell and Captain Page.
Them is the niggas that they took. Them is the prisoners. Cause this nigga Echo Harjo, it turns out this nigga really a creek. He come late in the game from Alabama, from Tuskegee. I guess Tuskegee was his little area, and that's where they was taking niggas from here. Let me bring that back.
These Indians had been taken to Tuskegee and camped within the pickets. Wrote to Colonel Crowell and Captain Page on the subject of the Indian families. Wrote to Major Cross on the subject of the court of inquiry and of the cause of the Indian difficulties. Major Wilson arrived with the 4th Infantry, having left a detachment at Fort Clinch, 12. General J. wrote to General Hernandez on the subject of the Chief Philip and requested the Ind. Boy Alec as a guide. Directed that communications to and from General H be forwarded immediately. Wrote to Governor Call on the subject of Tiger Tail. That warrior came in today with more than 100 of his people. The 2 hostages have not come in. 2 of Cloud's men are still retained. March 13th. Some of the officers of the visited Tiger Tail's camp.
So those 2 hostages still ain't came in. The one that was out so-called hunting for the white crane, and the one that Abraham detained, they still ain't popped up.
Camp W. Cooley, whose family was killed by the Indians near Cape Florida, came in with dispatches from Colonel Crane. He has been an Indian trader. GLJ expected to derive much useful information
So Cooley.
from him. W. Cooley.
W.
Come
Cooley.
in. 2 of Cloud's men are still
Somebody that we're gonna have to do a deep dive on. W. Cooley. They say he was a Indian trader, but he really a slave trader. You see how they flip it? Because I want to know when in 1830s and all this time, 1830s, 1820s, was they selling Indians. Indians, so-called, was off the market since the 1720s. So now they on the market. So he's an Indian trader. All right.
retained. March 13th. Some of the officers of the visited Tiger Tails camp. W. Cooley whose family was killed by the Indians near Cape Florida, came in with dispatches from Colonel Crane. He has been an Indian trader. GLJ expected to derive much useful information from him, but found that he could communicate nothing of any importance. 14th. Wrote to Colonel Bamford on the subject of the stores of his department. Captain was written to on the same subject. Ordnance men to be retained at Black Creek. Wrote to Captain Crabb of the Navy commanding at Tampa Bay and sent him a copy of the capitulation of the Seminoles. Colonel Crane and Lieutenant Clark written to in relation to the horses arriving at Black Creek 200 for the dragoons and the remainder to be used for other purposes. Lieutenant Mackenzie directed to return the ordnance stores recently arrived to the arsenal, and to send damaged arms to Baton Rouge or Mount Vernon. Jim Boy called this evening and informed General J. that he had ascertained from one of his warriors that Captain B.C.E. was transpiring with the hostile Indians. A nephew of Cloud had been allowed to go to Tampa Bay to see his sister a prisoner. Captain B. informed him that the English were raising a force to support the Seminoles, that it was the intention of General J. to take the warriors to New Orleans, put them on boats and employ them against the English, but he would separate them from their families. March 15th. Employed W. Cooley to visit certain Indians on the coast.
So I don't know, no. Well, I guess some of the Seminoles did get down with the Confederates, some did get down with the Union. This was in the 60s, 1860s, during the war. So them taking them, let me hear that again. That was kind of
And the English, but he would support the Seminoles, that it was the intention of General J. to take the warriors to New Orleans, put them on boats and employ them against the English, but he would separate them from their families.
employ them against the English. So, I don't even know. So was they taking Indians? So was Indian slaves being took to New Orleans at that time in the 1830s? Or was that so-called a slave port or slave? See, they playing around with it. But we're going to do a deep dive into that New Orleans definitely around this time. Definitely.
March 15th. Employed W. Cooley to visit certain Indians on the coast and ascertain whether guides for the interior of the country are among them. Prepared dispatches to Volusia and Fort Milton. Also for Black Creek and St. Augustine. Wrote to the Ceci of War, also to Major Cross. General J had a talk with Tiger Tail. He agreed to go to Powell and invite him to come in. T.T. says 100 Makasu.
So Tiger Tail is supposed to try to go get Osceola. Just like I say, when you hear Powell, they mean Osceola. So Osceola's still on the radar. He ain't popped up in some parts, but he's still on the radar. And they trying to get Tiger Tail, which he came from somewhere else. He wasn't even part of the war like that. He ain't even, I don't even think he really is Seminole. I think he a Creek from somewhere else where he may be, because they also was making a difference between like Tallahassee Indians and like certain other spots, and saying that they was, and saying like Seminole, like these Indians are Seminoles. So I don't know why they make that difference, but they did make the difference between them, and I think he one of them type. But just like they say, he trying to go get Powell, he trying to go get Osceola.
General J had a talk with Tiger Tail. He agreed to go to Powell and invite him to come in. T.T. Says 100 Makasuki warriors have crossed the Sawani, that a part of the Talises are with them. That they are employed in the high hammocks preparing comp tea. He has sent his brother to call them in.
See, but the Masuki Warriors, the one that's with Pal, the one that's with Osceola is a whole bunch of niggas. You heard on that one part where they had the skirmish with Pal, and they said Pal luckily got away somehow, and at first they had 16 Negro captives. Then they end up getting 30 something that was Negro and Indian. And this was all part of Osceola's little clique, which is the Mikasukis.
16. Micanopy is expected today at 11 o'clock a.m. He has not come. 3 o'clock p.m. Micanopy has arrived in the neighborhood. Tony came in accompanied by an Indian, with a message from the chief he was sick and cannot come to camp today.
And Tony is Kudrow. Tony is King Kudrow. Let me bring that back. This is another black leader. He had went out to Oklahoma early in the game with Abraham, just like they say whenever they had the treaty in Fort Smith. He was one of the ones that signed with Abraham. Kudrow, but it's like I say, they was drunk and they X'd that out the game as far as the government did. So that but they couldn't use that to justify taking them out there and saying that they agreed. So they kept on coming with new treaties. But yeah, Tony is Kudrow.
Today, but promises to come in tomorrow. General J send him visions and blankets. Abraham came in today. Tony came in accompanied by day at 11 o'clock a.m. He has not come. 3 o'clock p.m. Micanopy has arrived in the neighborhood. Tony came in accompanied by an Indian, with a message from the chief he was sick and cannot come to camp today but promises to come in tomorrow. General J send him visions and blankets. Abraham came in today to meet Micanopy. Alligator is with Micanopy, but Philip, it is understood, has not come.
Just like I say in the beginning, they say that General Jesup is chopping it up with the Seminole leaders. All these names that you're hearing is leaders. John Caesar, Tony, Kudrow, that's King Kudrow, Abraham. These is leaders. These is niggas with their own sections, their own towns, houses, property, cattle, ponies, wives, family. Come on, man. We gotta put some respect, man, on this, man. Niggas just wanted to say, nigga, they African. Nah, nigga, where the paperwork at, nigga? Yeah, they just been over here. They just some Africans that turned Indians. Or, I guess they would say, at the end of the day, they gonna say, well, shit, the Africans and the Indians act the same, and it wasn't nothing for them to adapt like that. So, but what I'm saying is that every black person didn't get brung by no damn white person, straight up. And this is a section of niggas for sure that didn't get bring over by no white people. They was already in Florida, being in Florida, going back and forth with these people having problems. And there's more evidence.
Tony said Cloud is engaged in collecting the Negroes and Indians and will move in a few days to Tampa. 4 Indians.
So we got Tony saying that Cloud is gonna collect some Negroes, and Tony is a Negro.
Of Tiger Tail's party came in today and but Philip, it is understood, has not come. Tony said Cloud is engaged in
Okay, Philip is one of the ones too. It's like I said in the beginning, Cooper, McAnopy, Philip, they some of the top chiefs within the Seminole, but every time they running up on these guys, it's a whole bunch of niggas running around tripping with them. And it's like I say, we coming from that part of the Seminole, which when we came out here, which is a whole new story, I'm gonna do a deep dive into that also, cause that's a whole new world. But before that, it was all kinship and love. Believe that.
collecting the Negroes and Indians and will move in a few days to Tampa. 4 Indians of Tiger Tail's party came in today and reported the arrival of about 40 men, women, and children of the Tallahassees in the neighborhood. Provisions were sent to them. Charlie Emathala's family came in several days ago and are with their relation, the friendly chief John Hopwani.
Charlie got killed. Osceola. Because he was the first one to really just take the money from the government and the army and to say, yeah, my people's gonna leave. We ain't tripping. I'm fixing to take my peoples up out of here. And they wasn't feeling that, and they popped them. Wildcat went and got them. Was so called. That's how the movie depicted. That could be wrong, but the movie depicted like Wildcat went to go get them, brought them to the little meeting, and he popped them in front of everybody. But it probably could be different. But they probably popped him at his house or wherever he was at. We gotta look deeper and more into that. But yeah, Charlie, he got popped because he switched over too quick. Because everybody else ended up switching over because niggas is out here, but he switched over too quick.
LJ had a long talk with Abraham. Not satisfactory.
Come on, man. Once again, how's the general having long talks with a so-called slave? Long talks. Because you know why? Because he's a chief. He's leadership. He one of the ones that make this thing run. How it's going. He one of the ones. If we take him out, this thing will really just fall apart. He one of the, but they may go crazy over him. So we got to be careful.
About 40 men, women, and children of the Tallahassees in the neighborhood. Provisions were sent to them. Charlie Emathala's family came in several days ago and are with their relation, the friendly chief John Hopwani. GLJ had a long talk with Abraham. Not satisfactory. He evidently has information which he is unwilling to communicate.
Come on, man. The general saying this nigga ain't talking. The general, man. Come on, man. Why you just didn't hang him? Why you just didn't? Because he might get killed right then and there by the nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. This is a real Seminole. He was complaining about his money. Gave him $50. What he was on. Now we got this. What happened?
March 17. GLJ had a long talk with Abraham. Not satisfactory. He evidently
Come on, man. He ain't coming in shucking and driving. They not happy when he having to sit down. They can't milk him from whatever information that they want. He leading them on. He he rope it over. He doing. He ain't. You know what I'm saying? He in the witness protection, and he shit. They ain't got the what they need to crack the case. Well, that's how he feel. Come on, man. This is a real warrior. This is a real native from the land that's giving it up. That's all he know, and he moving, doing what he do.
has information which he is unwilling to communicate. March 17th. Tony came in this morning and reports Micanopy better. He is preparing to.
Tony, another nigga. That's King Cudjo. Tony is King Cudjo. This is another nigga leadership that's get to do whatever he had his own town. He controlling some people, his peoples. Just like they said with Abraham. Yeah, this Abraham trail for that we know for him and his peoples. Yeah, but Cudjo got his peoples too. Come on, man, stop playing, man.
Come in. Sent him provisions. At 11 o'clock he came in. Accompanied by Alligator and several Indians, he informed General Jesup that he had come today merely to pay his respects to him, and that he would tomorrow transact business. He had sent messengers to Philip but had not heard from him. The messenger not having returned, he and Alligator, with Jim Boy, a friendly chief, dined with General Jesup. Micanopy complained to Gel J that the Indians had been greatly imposed upon by the white men. He stated that the wolves were numerous in the country and often destroyed the young cattle of the citizens, and that the loss was often charged to the Indians and deducted from their annuities. Micanopy and Alligator came to spend the night in camp. March 18th. Met Micanopy today in council, read and explained the articles of the capitulation. He stated that he had authorized the chiefs, Jumper, Holatuchi, and Yeholoachi to sign that instrument for him. He agreed to every article and formally ratified it. He, Alligator, and John Hoponi, a friendly chief, dined with General J. Had a talk with Alligator after dinner in relation to the movement of his people to Tampa and thence. 2 Talisi chiefs came in today, Akathlock Emathla and Holalji Harjo Chi, also some 40 or 50 warriors. Wrecked a communication from Lieutenant Bell commanding at Fort Clinch. Reports that the fires had nearly disappeared in the Wakasasa. Micanopy and Alligator, with Abram, spent the whole evening with General Jesup. Micanopy asked for Cooper's family, and Alligator for a relation of Cloud and himself. General J. informed them that until the treaty concerned be in the course of execution, the prisoners could not be surrendered. Read and explained the treaty to Micanopy. March 19th. Micanopy came early this morning to converse with General J. He said that he was ready to remain as a hostage, but that if he were to remain, his people, and particularly those whose chiefs had not been here, would believe that he had been improperly detained, and he feared that it might prevent them from executing the treaty. He expressed his acquiescence in the decision of General J in regard to the prisoners. On inquiring of the interpreters, General J ascertained that a mistake had been made by them in communicating with Jumper and Alligator in regard to Cooper's family. They misunderstood him and stated to Jumper that when Micanopy should sign a treaty acknowledging the former treaty, and consenting to emigrate, the family would be given up to him, but that they would be given to no one else. In consequence of this misunderstanding, General J considered it the best policy to commit the widow and child of Cooper to Micanopy.
Communications with Commander Dallas and Captain Crab. So with this page right here, I have to because there wasn't no translation, there wasn't no um, transcript. So I basically had to kind of figure it out myself, and I tried to, figure out as many words that I could figure out, to make it make sense. If anybody can try to figure it out, definitely, if you can put it in the chat, that'll definitely be helpful. I don't know why they left these pages out. It could just be, it could just be a human mistake. But just like I say, that's why I'm talking within this because I'm reading it out. And when I'm saying blank, it's for the words that I couldn't understand. W. Blank. With Commander.
And child of Cooper to Micanopy.
Communications with Commander Dallas and Captain Crab. W. Blank. How Abraham gave me information of the movement to Mobile Point of the Indians' families, apprehensive that the Seminoles may hear it. Blank, blank, blank. It known to them would imper their confidence in our promises. March 20th. Wrote Captain Page. Now that was kind of crazy too. That he told them that the Indian families was going to uh, that mobile place, mobile point, and it's like I said, I couldn't put that whole sentence together, but it seemed like if the Seminoles found out that would mess up the promises. So that's crazy that he gave that information up. I don't know why he did that, or what was the situation on that, or what Indians he was talking about within that situation, or what Seminoles that was. Uh, but that's what it sounded like. But just like I said, I couldn't figure out some of those words. If y'all can figure out those words, that'll be great, man. Heard blank, blank, blank of the movement to Mobile Point of the Indians' families and Captain Crab. W. Blank. How Abraham gave me information of the movement to Mobile Point of the Indians' families, apprehensive that the Seminoles may hear it. Blank, blank, blank. It known to them would imper their confidence in our promises. Yeah, I think shit was already probably shaky for the fact that I think that because Abraham Town got burnt up kind of after that day, but I think that it was when within that first part, probably whenever they say that the Indians said that the Negro village is over there, and they went over there and burnt up the houses and did a little goofy shit with the property, ended up taking some captives. You know what I'm saying? Could be that they're going back and forth. So yeah. March 20th. Wrote Captain Page, blank, him to Tampa Bay. Lieutenant Major Millens to investigate two circumstances attending these outrages committed on the Indians in Alabama. Lieutenant Jim Bays, Indian, to Tampa. Jim remained with me and dined with Micanopy. Micanopy took leave and promised to join me at Tampa in 16 days. So just like how Abraham took leave and Cloud took leave and everybody taking leave, now we got Micanopy taking leave. How is Abraham able to move like Micanopy? And Micanopy the top chief. Cloud is one of the chiefs, one of the leaders. How's Abraham? And he how's is he a slave doing this? Come on, we got to stop that. Abraham returned with a message from Micanopy and the subject of the Negroes of citizens. It was arranged that they not be brought in and delivered at Fort Armstrong, and that they would not be brought south of the with the Comanche.
21 received a community.
So he bringing a message. He telling the government that they. So I guess they saying that it was some niggas that was taken from some citizens. Um, and two, that's why I also be telling niggas, hey, it was niggas already in Florida. Yeah, probably some other niggas probably came late in the game from somewhere else. Uh, on another thing, we're gonna do a deep dive into that. Uh, that could be a property of citizens or whatever. But I'm saying that this cap that they making up slave ads just so that they can be able to run up on black people and enslave them point blank. Cause these is people that's dressed up like Indians. They not dressed up like no slave. They dressed up like Indians. They moving like Indians. They eating like Indians. They speaking the same language as the Indians. But because of the law that they have put in 1808, where they said that it was against the law to bring over people from Africa, so called. Now it was about so called raiding the blacks in America, point blank. And they was already been doing this in Florida for the last 200-300 years, and that was their program. That was their go to, and we been fighting them. We been fighting them off.
Communication from Captain West. Negativity would not be brought south of the with the Cahuchi.
And how is Abraham able to tell the general that we ain't gonna bring him, and they ain't take off his head? They didn't arrest him. They just letting them do it. Come on, stop it.
21 received a communication from Captain West. Negativity that the survivors of Fort Foster with the blank of the United States ships commanded might be ordered to join. The order blank blank to blank the blank blank Captain Cross was written on the subject. A Major Childs responds that he had obtained a citizen of Fort Armstrong who was in search of Negroes. He was entrusted not to permit any citizens to blank south of that part. P.S. There was no translations or transcript for these 2 pages, so I had to say it myself. And there was a couple words that I had to put blanks in because I couldn't understand what was written.
March 22nd. Ordered Major Zanzinger to relieve Lieutenant Lieb and directed the latter to report to Captain Crabb. Communicated with Captain Crabb, Captain Mix, and Lieutenant Lieb on the subject of the garrison commanded by Lieutenant Lieb and the Marines of the Concord. The Indian chief have heard of the difficulties in which their families have been involved in Alabama. General J has no official information on the subject. He had some difficulties in satisfying the chiefs. March 23rd. A son of the chief Philip came in. Also Cujo's sons Philip had sent for Abaika. He would have visited me had he been able, but as his son said.
So they talking about Cujo. They said Cujo, that's Cujo, that's Tony. So his son ended up coming in also. So these are Black Seminole. These are Negro Indians. We see it. We seeing it for sure. Real time from the general. They moving around just like the Indians, and some of them is getting gaffled up. Some of them is getting gaffled up and getting enslaved because they black, and some of them they thinking twice before they run up on them.
As he has been badly burned by his clothes taking fire. The son says all the Seminoles and Creeks in the country will obey the orders of Mikaika. He would have visited me had he been able, but As his son says, he has been badly burned by his clothes taking fire. General J has no official information on the subject. He had some difficulties in satisfying the chiefs. March 23rd. A son of the chief Philip came in. Also Cujo's sons Philip had sent for Abaika. He would have visited me had he been able, but as his son says, he has been badly burned by his clothes taking fire. The son says all the Seminoles and Creeks in the country will obey the orders of Micanopy. He will call tomorrow in order to have a talk with John Hoponi and Yoholo Harjo. 24. Philip's son called on General J. John Hoponi and Yoholo Harjo met him and conversed with him for some time. They advised that all the Indians go to the west. To quiet the fears of the Indians as to their treatment, should they come in, General J had recourse to the Bible. He informed the young Indian that this book contained the word of the Great Spirit. And referring to the death of
Then they lied and said that the Bible had the word of the Great Spirit, which they know that the Great Spirit is what they believe in. And they basically put the oo-wop on them and had them gone in that way also. See? And I think that's how they also did a lot of our black people also from over here with that church stuff. They done put our little spirits on it and got our old heads thinking that they mean the Great Spirit, and we done got into this Bible. It's crazy.
Absalom by Joab. He added that it was forbidden in that book to revenge or punish in peace. For acts done in war, he remarked that the principles contained in the book were the rule of conduct for good men, that bad men only disregarded them. This seemed to satisfy the Indian, and he promised to relate to his father as Gl. J had said to him. A Negro who came in last night reports that Powell and Sam Jones are going to join Philip for the purpose of accompanying him to Micanopy's camp, and of accepting the terms of the treaty. Present of tobacco and a blanket and some small articles was given to the young man, and he departed.
The young man, I wonder who this young man was. I wonder why they didn't put a name on it. Nigga came in and said, what?
On his return, Jay had said to him, a Negro who came in last night reports that Powell and Sam Jones are going to join Philip.
So Osceola and Sam Jones is going to join Phillips. So Philip been on the loose. He one of the chiefs. And these is chiefs that run with niggas, but they try to paint them as slave owners, but they not slave owners. They fuck with niggas. They been raised with niggas. They been around niggas. Some of their wives is niggas. Everything. Some of their uncles is niggas. That's what time it is. Before the creeks just got pushed down, and these other motherfuckers, these off-brand motherfuckers, and got pushed into our shit. And then on top of that, niggas was already getting gaffled up because they thought that a nigga was a goddamn African. So they been fucked up, man, for a long time, man. But we getting to the real.
For the purpose of accompanying him to Micanopy's camp, and of accepting the terms of the treaty. Present of tobacco and a blanket.
So they all supposed to go to Micanopy's camp, and they all supposed to come in. So that's what the nigga said. All right, all the top dogs coming in, man. They're gonna come through Micanopy. Most likely, they sent the nigga to go say the shit.
And some small articles was given to the young man, and he departed on his return. March 25th sent off a train today for Tampa. Wrote to Captain Crabb of the Navy in relation to the situation of officers at Pensacola. Determined to send off Jim Boy, and Echo Harjo wrote to the Gov. of South Carolina, March 26 wrote to the Commandant of the South Carolina Volunteers, sent Major Morris to Tampa Bay to make arrangements for the discharge of Jim Boy's battalion. Wrote to Adjutant General 27. Wrote to Lieutenant Colonel Miller on the subject of Cooley's conduct. Directed an investigation, fears he must be sent away. Sent off an express to the Black Creek, nothing of importance from any quarter. GL was informed by E that the Honorable W_T of the SO had inquired of him when on a visit to Parks, whether General W_ would not be proper person to take command in Florida should GL J fail. This opens a there are intrigues and intriguers at Washington. GLJ has been their dupe, and they now intend to make him their victim. He is not to be put down so readily, as they will find before he is done with them. March 28. Expected Abraham today with the Indian Negroes, as well as those of the citizens.
With the Indian Negroes. Not Indians. Not the Indians Negroes. The Indian Negroes.
He did not Negroes. 28. Expected Abraham today with the Indian Negroes, as well as those of the citizens. He did
not the citizens Negroes. I mean, yeah, the citizens Negroes. They didn't say Indians. Indian Negroes. It's a difference. The Indian Negro. Bring it back.
Not March 28th. Expected Abraham today with the Indian Negroes, as well as those of the citizens.
See, but they trying to break up the family. See, that's the play. That's the play. These are some citizens. These are some citizens from South Carolina and from Georgia saying that they should stop it. They're trying to break up the family. That's it. These is Seminole niggas. Indian Negroes. Not Indians Negroes. Indian Negroes. Let me bring it back one more time.
He did. March 28th. Expected Abraham today with the Indian Negroes, as well as those of the citizens. He did not come. An express arrived last night, nothing of importance.
He didn't even come. It's been so many times they've been expecting him and he ain't come. He been late. And they ain't. He lived longer than all these people. Everybody that's at this little camp, he lived longer than all these people, man. Come on, man.
Received. March 29th. The paymaster and quartermaster went to Tampa. GLJ received a letter from his family. Abraham has not come in. Alligator's arrival at Tampa reported.
My nigga still ain't came in. He's supposed to bring them niggas. Still ain't came in.
Directed that a further supply of subsistence be sent to Fort Dade, 30. A train came up with forage. A detachment marched to Volusia. Ordered Major Nelson to proceed to the Ocklawaha and build a bridge. Several Tallahassee Indians came in today who had not been in before. Echo Emathla had not been heard from. Tiger Tail had crossed on to see the chiefs on the St. John's and invite them to come in. 31. Major Nelson marched this morning. The Indian chief brother of
So this the last part, man. I appreciate y'all hanging in there. Chris and knock this part five out, and they got some more crazy Black Seminole information where we confirming that these
Tiger
is
Tail, for whom Jay sent
Indian
yesterday, has
Negroes.
gone for his mother, so the messenger reports. APL 1. Disappointed by Abram, he should have been here. Tiger Tail, for whom Jay sent yesterday, has gone for his mother, so the
As you see, they still mad at Abraham. How's the slave able to do all this? Come on, he playing with the he playing with the general. The slave get to play with the general. Stop it.
messenger. Tiger Tail, for whom Jay sent yesterday, has gone for his mother, so the messenger reports. APL 1. Disappointed by Abram, he should have been here on the 27th. Set out for Tampa Bay, ordered the Marines. Tompkins Artillery and Major Graham's battalion down. Came to Fort Foster for the night, departed thence on the 2nd. Met the train going up, stopped a short time at the Little Hillsboro selected ground for the encampment of the troops. Arrived at Tampa, dined with Captain Crabbe. Had a conference with Cloud. 3. John Hoponi, Tostoni Harjo came to see me with Cloud. They dined with me, wrecked a report from Major Childs, stating the arrival of Abraham. Requested that he be sent forward. Wrecked a report of the capture of John Hicks and his party west of the Sewanee. Directed the reserves to New Orleans. Wrecked an order from the Adjutant General to return the dredge boat, reported that it had been done in March. Directed that a relay of expresses should be established by the Q Masters Department, and ordered horses to mount a part of Major McClintock's command. Directed horses to Volusia for the dragoons. Wrecked a letter from the third auditor of the 13th of March containing a statement of the amount, in which a receipt of Major McKay for $231 had been omitted, wrote to Major Cross on the subject. 4. Sent Lieutenant Lurrell to Fort Mitchell for public papers, sent my serve with him for my baggage. Sent him also for funds for the Indian service. Informed Lieutenant Colonel Harney that horses would be sent to part of his COMD. Wrote to Lieutenant Harris acknowledging his letter, stating the deports he had under. Holati Maiko, the Pease Creek chief, came in today to see me. Part of his people are in the neighborhood. Jim Boy has heard of the state of the affairs in Alabama, came to see me on the subject, remained the whole afternoon and prevented me from doing any business. He is a tiresome fellow, but may be made useful. April 5th. Holati Miko came today with Echo Harjo, they are relatives. He is for peace but not for emigration. Cloud came also, he is a fool, but a very brave man. William, a cousin of Micanopy, with several of Holatuchi's men came in today for provisions. They report that chief on the way with a number of his people. Micanopy sent in for provisions, he will probably be here tomorrow. April 6th. Great difficulties in consequence of the improper conduct of citizens at the fort. Martial law may be necessary. All citizens prohibited from crossing the Hillsborough without permission. Several citizens have stolen horses and started towards Fort Drane, ordered that they be stopped and sent back. They are discharged Alabama drafts. Micanopy visited General J. in company with Coacucci, the eldest son of Philip. The latter states that his father, Coy Harjo, Abiesha Tuskinsa and others, will come in with their people. They wish to take their cattle to Volusia. Found great difficulty with the Indians they apprehend being robbed of their Negroes. Have agreed to take their cattle at Volusia, but find some difficulty in
And just like I say, when they saying that, they just trying to put the Negroes in the second class, because at that time Negroes, the second niggas is all niggas is 3/5 of a human. You know what I'm saying? We monsters. We beast. You know what I'm saying? We we ancient Berbers. We before the flood. We ain't got no sense. You feel me? It ain't no respect. We gotta have a master. We gotta have somebody looking over us. Even though you see that these niggas is doing a whole bunch of chiefly shit and a whole bunch of leaderish shit and a whole bunch of top guy shit within this general's diary within these months that he been encountering after they done gunned down General Dade, the General Dade massacre. So don't get twisted when they start playing these little uh, like Negroes was they slaves. Nah, that definitely wasn't going on like that. That's for sure because we gonna hear within this part that the Negroes had Indian slaves. The general gonna say it, but we gonna get to it.
Arranging the price. April 7th. General J had a camp conference with Micanopy and Coacucci. John Hoponi came in, dined with them, and remained all night. He exerted himself to impress upon them the necessity for immediate action, the promise to exert themselves to bring their people in. 8. Halatucci came today. GLJ made an arrangement with the chiefs to surrender all the Negroes taken in the war. They are to be delivered on the St. John's to one of the commanding officers.
See, and that is the swindle and the wop they try to put in the game to be able to take Negroes and sell them. You know what I'm saying? Because Negroes is a hot commodity, it's big business, um, and if you got the look, they gonna make some money. It don't even matter what kind. They just trying to get you off. So this is just a play so that they can be able to get the niggas that's already in Florida, that's Seminole Indians, or that's Indians in Florida that being in Florida doing their thing, Americans, Aboriginals from the land, and they trying to swindle to where they can come in and do what they do. As far as the Indian agents that's paying the government to be able to hunt niggas in Florida. That's how they was able to be an Indian agent. They paid the government to be able to get that position and get that license. It ain't nothing but a license to be a conquistador within that time. That's it. So when we hearing little goofy ass shit like that, that's all that is just disrespect to the black man over here.
Agreed to 8. Halatucci came today. GLJ made an arrangement with the chiefs to surrender all the Negroes taken in the war. They are to be delivered on the St. John's to one of the commanding officers. Agreed to take Phillips' cattle at Fort Milton. Coacucci left today for his people promised to send Powell to GLJ heard that Echo E. Mathla was on his way with his own people and over 100 Mikazukis. Micanopy left this evening for his camp. He has issued his orders to the whole nation to join him prepared to move. 9th. Cap Delignel reported today. He says large trails have been discovered bearing to the south. They are the trails of men, women, children, and ponies. They are evidently coming down to join Micanopy. 10th. Directed a survey of the road to Fort Dade, in order to comply with of the Secretary of War, in relation to the topography of the country. 11th. Wrecked communications from Lieutenant Colonel Crane, Major McClintock, Major, and the Secretary of War, wrote to the sectee, on the subject of the outrages committed on the Creek families in Alabama. April 12th. Micanopy, Halatucci, Holati Maiko, and Cloud visited General J. He had a talk with them. Arranged with Halatucci to go himself for his people who are out. Wrecked a part of the Indian cattle. He took leave of Gel J as did Micanopy. Wrote to the adjutant GL. Sent the proceedings of the GL. Court-martial. 13. Furnished various articles for Charlie Emathle's family. Conversed with John Hoponi, gave him a horse. Wrote to Gel Hernandez, Lieutenant Colonel Crane. And the Honorable W. Battle late Sisi of war ad interim. 14. Holati Maiko took leave of me to join Micanopy in camp. John Kowaya set out to collect his people and cattle. The principal Creek chief visited GLJ while conversing with them. Some Tallahassee Indians who had been at Fort Dade came in and reported that their party was on their way to join Micanopy Powell's brother-in-law visited GLJ. He said Powell was on his way to join Philip and would come in.
So once again, we got Osceola popping up. Powell. We got Osceola popping up.
Party was on their way to join Micanopy Powell's brother-in-law visited GLJ. He said Powell was on his way to join Philip and would come in. A messenger came from Coaharjo and Tuscania. These chiefs will be in tomorrow with Micanopy. April 15th. Received word the Indians did not come in as they promised. Saw Major Graham and Captain Page on the subject of the emigration. Both those gentlemen consider the Indians sincere. They have been many years among them and know them well. Wrote to General Armistead and directed an examination of Panisofsky Swamp, also of the Withlacoochee above Fort Dade, and directed that all cattle be driven in or destroyed. Tuscania visited General J. Today his talk was not satisfactory. He says his people are in favor of peace but they cannot be collected. April 16th. Authorized Lieutenant Colonel Crane to appoint sutlers at the several forts under his command, also to direct the AST Q Master to furnish transportation for their stores. Captain de Lagnel stating that no other than public transportation could be had. Cloud called to see me. A son of a late Tallahassee chief accompanied him. He reports that the Tallahassees are on the route coming in. Jim Boy and Yarjo called Micanopy and Koi Harjo have disappointed me. They were to have been here today, but have failed to come. Major Graham and Captain Page visited Micanopy's camp today. They returned and reported to me that the chiefs would visit me tomorrow. April 17th. The birthday of General J. Eldest daughter wrote to her today. Wrecked dispatches from Lieutenant Colonel Harney. He reports that several Indians had visited for melon, that they would drive in cattle, and that the soldier of General Hernandez's command had been killed. Not by the Seminoles, by the Creek Saruchis. Koi Harjo visited General J. Today he says he was a party to the Treaty of Payne's landing in of Fort Gibson, that he had seen the country west of the Mississippi, was pleased with it, and desired to remove to it. He was opposed to the war, but when Charlie Emathla was killed he was compelled to withdraw to the head of the St. John's to avoid a similar fate. 18th. Micanopy visited General J. Accompanied by Abraham. He is evidently sincere in his intentions to execute the treaty.
Come on, during the time of the end of all this, when things just getting down to the nitty gritty, Micanopy is with Abraham, big chilling. And Abraham was so-called weeks late. He was supposed to be in there. He in and out. He with the chief, with the big chief. Come on, man. Stop it, man.
In good faith, it is doubtful whether he can control his people so far as to induce them, or even a majority of them, to go to the West. He promised to have an emigrating party in readiness as soon as the Indian Negroes arrive. Georges, a nephew of
As soon as the Indian Negroes arrived, not Indians, Negroes, the Indian Negroes. Let's bring it back.
Cloud. Control his people so far as to induce them, or even a majority of them, to go to the West. He promised to have an emigrating party in readiness as soon as the Indian Negroes arrive. George.
The Indian Negroes. This is, and say it so many times within this diary, giving descriptions of what's going on, of Aboriginals, how they was moving. This is like this is really the last of the Mohicans. Talking about the last of the last of the last. This is the last of the last. Some real nigga shit. Come on, man. I'm gonna put it out there. If ain't nobody else, I'm gonna put it out there. If ain't nobody else, gonna put it out there. But everybody, salute to everybody that have put it out there, because if it wasn't for everybody else, I wouldn't even have no information on this shit. So many people that did so much documentation on the film. Uh, man, nigga, just grateful, man, and man, grateful, man, for real though. You know, long time, nigga, really didn't appreciate it. But let's listen to that again.
A nephew to go to the West. He promised to have an emigrating party in readiness as soon as the Indian Negroes arrive.
Indian Negroes. Okay.
George, a nephew of Cloud, who had been sent out by Micanopy and Cloud to order in and hasten the movements of the Indians, and in a report last night he says Jumper, Alligator, and Tiger Tail are on their way with their respective bands and will be in on the 19th or 20th. A report was RECD from Major Zanzinger stating that rations had been issued to Eufaula Harjo's party of 55 persons. A.W. Norman brought letters to General J. from Gover. Call and G.L. Reed he proposes to establish manual labor schools and has it in contemplation to write a history of the Seminole War. Also a poem having for its subject the massacre of Major Dade and his command. Made arrangements to send off a chief and several warriors of the Creek Regiment to their families, in order to attend to the business necessary to be arranged before their departure for the West. April 19th. George, Cloud's nephew, called to CGL, J. He is engaged in tracing a report to certain white men that GL, J intended to deceive the Indians. Send off the chief and warriors selected to go to Mobile Point. Tustanuk Harjo called to take leave before going to his camp. Introduced W. Norman to several officers and
We got another chief taking leave, like Abraham took leave also. Yeah, he moving like the chief, man.
authorized him to go into the interior. The cattle received from the Indians reported to have gone off last night directed that they be pursued this morning. Alligator called with 2 subchiefs and several of his men and reported that Jumper was in the neighborhood and would visit me tomorrow. He spoke of reports in circulation which had an injurious effect on the Indians and caused them to doubt our good faith. 20. Alligator is still here. He brought his daughter to see me and asked a bottle of wine for her. She is an ugly, disgusting-looking squaw, excessively dirty, and constantly scratching her head and spitting on the floor. 12th Street. Jumper, Micanopy and Cloud, with several sub-chiefs, came in. Jumper's daughter with her husband came to see GLJ. Jumper informed GLJ that he would have all the people of the nation brought in. He remarked that Micanopy had given the necessary orders and that they would be obeyed. But he added the Indians are cautious and slow, and many of them were apprehensive of being punished. April 22nd. Micanopy visited GLJ in the morning on the subject of the subsistence of his men. That matter was satisfactorily arranged, and he took his departure for his camp. Jumper came in at dinner. His object was to visit the steamboat in the harbor. He and Alligator went on board with several officers. The chiefs returned greatly pleased. Jumper left GLJ at dark. About midnight, Lieutenant Chambers called awake General J and reported that the Seminole Negroes had attempted to steal some of our wagon horses.
The Seminole Negroes. Indian Negroes, Seminole Negroes. Not the Seminoles Negroes, like they tried to say the citizens Negroes, but just just Seminole Negroes. Just some Seminole Negroes. Come on, man. Come on, man. And bring that back.
The chiefs returned greatly pleased. Jumper left GLJ at dark. About midnight, Lieutenant Chambers called awake General J and reported that the Seminole Negroes had attempted to steal some of our wagon horses.
The Seminole Negroes is stealing these niggas' horses, man. That's what Abraham is a Seminole Negro. Tony is a Seminole Negro. They really the Seminoles. They really the first Seminoles. We got a lot of off brands coming through, and they've been getting love. It been love. So but we the ones that's getting attacked. We the ones that's getting pushed out the tribe because of a check that they getting from some people that they don't even know. They've been knowing us for the longest. But we're going to keep it going.
They were detected, but fled and escaped. The horses were secured, and the belt of one of the thieves found. Several Indians and Negroes applied today to go within the pickets. 23rd. Jumper is in today. Cloud and Abram also. General J informed Abram that the Negro whose belt had been found must be punished. He promised that it should be done. Robert and influence.
So Abraham just running his car. He gonna handle his people. You gotta punish your people. Yeah, we know because we found that belt that y'all be wearing. He dropped his flag, so we know it's y'all. So gonna get at him before we get at you, type shit. But they holler at the OG. They holler at the leader. If that's the case, why they just didn't just handle him? He a slave. They just handle him like anybody else, but he got power.
Influential Negro chief came in. He could or would give but little. Whoever is in today. Cloud and Abram also. General J informed Abram that the Negro whose belt had been found must be punished. He promised that it should be done. Robert, an influential Negro chief, came in. He could or would give but little information in relation to the
We ain't gonna zoom past that. Shout out to Robert, an OG influential Negro chief. Influential Negro chief. So it's Negro chiefs? I thought these niggas were saying that these niggas weren't chiefs. Tell you they hiding these niggas, man. It been going on way before these niggas. Niggas was putting it down way before these niggas. These are just the last niggas to get documented. Thank God that this nigga General Jesup kept it real. Nigga kept it real. The Negro Chief. Robert. The Roberts down here. Yeah, I got man, that's crazy. I just put that together with the Roberts down here. These are my peoples. Yeah, down here in Wewoka. The Roberts. That's crazy. Now I see where they origin is coming from. They stamp for sure. Now I gotta look for the Robert town out there because they definitely got big land in the country. The Roberts is big, I heard. As we see, they OG right there. So let's bring that back so everybody can hear it clearly.
Negroes and Indians. Several Indians and Negroes applied today to go within the pickets. 20 steal some of our wagon horses. Returned greatly pleased.
And bring it back
Jumper
to
left
the Seminole
GLJ at dark.
Negroes.
About midnight, Lieutenant Chambers called awake General J and reported that the Seminole Negroes had attempted to steal some of our wagon horses. They were detected, but fled and escaped. The horses were secured, and the belt of one of the thieves found. Several Indians and Negroes applied today to go within the pickets. 23rd. Jumper is in today. Cloud and Abram also. General J informed Abram that the Negro whose belt had been found must be punished. He promised that it should be done. Robert, an influential Negro chief, came in. He could or would give but little information in relation.
So whenever they said Abraham and his peoples, yeah, he's a chief. Just like Robert. Tony King Cudjoe, he's a chief. Him and his peoples. Come on, man. They not giving these people these titles and letting them rock within his journal like this and letting his peoples know what names to be on the lookout for and what names is those names. Come on. So when niggas are saying that and ain't no black Indians and all this shit, nigga, we got a black chief right here, nigga. For sure. It's some other black chiefs too, but we got the general saying it. Yeah, we got the general saying it. The Negro chief. How far back do it go with the Negro chiefs over here? I know it go back real far. So let's keep it going.
To the Negroes and Indians. In Negro whose belt had been found must be punished. He promised that it should be done. Robert, an influential Negro chief, came in. He could or would give but little information in relation to the Negroes and Indians. In consequence of difficulties north of Fort Drane, General Armistead is placed in command of that part of the territory north of the Withlacoochee and east of the St. John's. Jumper, Alligator, and several of the Indians visited General J. Many of the Indians went on board the steamboat. Wrote to the Adjutant General. Wrote home. APL 25. Directed Lieutenant Carey to take charge of the money sent by Lieutenant Lurrell and pay for the cattle which he has received from the Seminole Indians. Tuskegee Harjo applied to have his relations with Concharto Miko sent to Arkansas, promised to write to Governor Call on the subject. 26. Lieutenant Lurrell arrived with my public papers from Fort Mitchell, ordered him to pay the Indians for their cattle. instructed Lieutenant Call in relation to the treatment of Indians in his neighborhood. Directed that the latitude of Fort Mellon be taken. Also that the remains of Captain Miller be removed to consecrated ground. Wrote to Governor Call on the subject of the removal of Concharty Miko's people. Wrote to General Hernandez, to Lieutenant Colonel Brown, and Major Cross, 27. The Indians are slowly coming in. Micanopy, Jumper, Alligator and others visited GLJ. Today they were drunk and incapable of business. Wrote to General Hernandez on the subject of Captain Drain's claim to the command of St. Augustine. Also to Lieutenant Colonel Crane. In relation to men said to have been detained by General Hernandez. Wrote to Judge Smith in relation to the Negroes of the citizens of Florida among the Indians. 28. Micanopy, Jumper, Alligator.
Once again, they trying to separate the family. They're trying to separate the family by giving these Indian agents something for their money. All right, nigga, you done paid us. Y'all been paying us for years. So we gonna do some underhand stuff and make fake ads and do all type of little goofy ass shit to be able to get y'all money's worth. So let's bring that back.
And others came in of Florida among the Indians. 28. Micanopy, Jumper, Alligator. And of St. Augustine. Also to Lieutenant Colonel Crane. In relation to men said to have been detained by General Hernandez. Wrote to Judge Smith in relation to the Negroes of the citizens of Florida among the Indians. 28.
The Negroes are the citizens of Florida. So just like I stated, yeah, it is I guess it probably is a possibility that some people probably came later in the game, and they just keep on pushing this through the war that things happened during the war, but I guess nothing never happened before that. So just during this certain little time, this is when niggas was loose, but it always been niggas in Florida because we got a old ass nigga getting caught up at Cooper's or Phillips, one of those tribes camp, and they said the nigga was so old they just let the nigga be. And come on, so all this the Negro citizens of Florida, that's the oo-wop in the game, just like I say, to justify getting their bread from the Indian agents paying to the government to be able to hunt niggas in Florida.
Micanopy, Jumper, Alligator. And others came in and met GNLJ in council. It was settled that the Indians should be enrolled tomorrow. Micanopy was informed that the Indians who should remain out would be held accountable for all the property destroyed during the war. April 29th. The agent and assistant went out today to enroll the Indians. 7. Opening square bracket ? Closing square bracket. Returned from Volusia and reported that he had seen 2 large trails of Indians who recently crossed the road. One, longer than the other, he supposed had been made by the women and children. The other, smaller and more recent, was made by men. He and his companion followed them, came up with them unperceived, and supposes there were 250 of them. They carried large packs, were almost naked, and some of them were without guns. Also stated that the surveying party under Captain Lee had found 2 Indian families almost in a state of nudity. They were subsisting on alligators. The party advised them to join Micanopy. Cujo informed J that his son had arrived.
So they told them to join Micanopy and Cujo. So let me bring that back. Just make
That he had seen
correct
Powell
that.
found 2 Indian families almost in a state of nudity. They were subsisting on alligators. The party advised them to join Micanopy. Cujo informed J that his son had arrived. That he had seen Powell.
So just like I stated, Cujo got his own party. He got his own followers. These are the Seminole Negroes. These are the niggas that's born in the village that been over here. That's all these niggas know. These niggas don't know nothing else. Niggas ain't never been a slave. None of that.
But a few days ago that he was coming in. Sent Major Cross a check of Major Forsyth on the Manhattan Company for $200 and a draft on Dr. John Creighton of Louisville, Kentucky for $450 to take up a bond held by W. Bowie, trustee of the heirs of French, being for a payment on account of a farm on the heights of Georgetown, District of Columbia. The agent and assistant came in tonight with the roll. There are only 145 Indians, 68 of them are warriors. 30. Tustanuk Harjo called to say that a Hitchiti Indian had visited John Hoponi and informed him that he had left Powell but a few days before that he was coming in, but he had heard a report that it was the intention of General J. to seize and execute him, in consequence of which he had fallen back to the St. John's to wait further information.
So that's Osceola. So the Hitchity Indian then came in and said, yeah, Osceola was thinking about coming through, but shoot, he gonna get punished. He gonna be done when he come through, so he ain't coming. He trying to wait for another word because he done did too much. You know what I'm saying? Osceola done did too much. Tripping.
Major Graham came into camp. He had seen.
Yeah, he was one of the big trippers. Big stepper.
John Hoponi, and confirmed the statement of Tustanuk Harjo. May 1st, Jumper and Abraham came in with a message from Micanopy. He sent word that John Kowaya had stolen.
I don't know how many times I gotta say it. I don't know how many times I'm gonna say it, but I know that I'm gonna say it. Is that Abraham is a leader. He's a Seminole chief. It's consistently, you can hear within the general's tone that he's in the same tone as all the other chiefs. He's not a slave. He's not none of that. He is a leader. He is one of the guys, one of the ones. So you need to know that. People need to know that, and it's real with black people already being over here in America. We putting it out. This is part of that lineage and that story of the American Aboriginals, uh, and it's showing, it's popping up, and just like I said, this was going on way before these niggas. Believe it's shit been going on way before these niggas. Niggas just got caught up in the twist, and, and niggas got conquered in certain areas, and it's like we got conquered and pushed out, and certain things happened to us. Luckily, that you know what I'm saying, we got pushed out here to where we can be able to move around a little bit more, and we didn't get twisted up like a lot of other black people did out here got twisted up, but we putting the information out there straight up.
5 of our horses, and had run away with all his people, and that Alligator had gone in pursuit of him. Jumper informed General J that his life and that of his son had been threatened by the Indians. John Hoponi came in and gave an account of the statements of the Hitchiti Indian who had visited him. He stated that Powell had gone towards the St. John's to join.
Now we got Jumper saying that his life is on the line, that his son is being threatened. And you know what? His son ended up being the chief and ended up turning big time on everybody. Crazy game. And it was supposed to be Wildcat when Wildcat moved like the Chiefs. Like the majority of the Chiefs move, where they fuck with the niggas. They been fucking with the niggas. They got black wives and they got black people in their family. Been having black people in their family for years, and they let white people come in between us. And now we at where we at right now, to where a nigga got to do all this to show information to go back at the chief and the government to be able to get what me and my peoples and everybody else is supposed to be getting. Straight up.
Coy Harjo, in consequence of false reports having reached him from Tampa Bay of the intentions of General J to execute him and a portion of his followers. That of his son had been threatened by the Indians. John Hoponi came in and gave an account of the statements of the Hitchiti Indian who had visited him. He stated that Powell had gone towards the St. John's to join Coy Harjo, in consequence of false reports having reached him from Tampa Bay of the intentions of General J to execute him and a portion of his followers. Richard A. Guard, taken by the Indians at Dade, returned May 2nd. Where a Negro came in today with his family, he reports that the Indians are greatly alarmed. Abraham came in. He reported that Micanopy would send an armed force if necessary to take the horse. Thieves. Jim Boy and Tustanuk Harjo came in today.
Hold on, they bring that back. A Negro family came in and said what, and Abraham did what? Hold on.
The latter in with his family, he reports that the Indians are greatly where a Negro came in by the Indians at Dade, returned May 2nd. Where a Negro came in today with his family, he reports that the Indians are greatly alarmed. Abraham came in. He reported that Micanopy would send an armed force if necessary to take the horse.
Oh, so they tripping now. Hold on. They tripping now. So don't say nigga, where that horse at? So they tripping. And Abraham just get to walk up out of there? What's going on? What kind of game they playing out there?
Thieves. Jim Boy and Tustanuk Harjo came in today with his family. He reports that the Indians are greatly alarmed. Abraham came in. He reported that Micanopy would send an armed force if necessary to take the horse. Thieves. Jim Boy.
So the nigga is giving the general threats? So the nigga is walking into the camp giving threats, and I wonder did he get to walk out with that horse? That's wicked. That's wicked.
Boy and second. Where a Negro came in today with his family, he reports that the Indians are greatly alarmed. Abraham came in. He reported that Micanopy would send an armed force if necessary to take the horse. Thieves. Jim Boy and Tustanuk Harjo came in today. The latter informed General J that he was about to have a dance at his camp. The dances of the Indians appears to be one of their religious ceremonies, the fast the whole of the day preceding. And take medicine. The ceremony seems to be of very ancient origin. It is altogether what they call a purification. The Lothlo Harjo came in today from Fort Dade, May 3rd. This day 29 years ago, General J was appointed by Mr. Jefferson a second lieutenant in the 7th Rect of Infantry in the Army of the United States. Lewis. A Negro taken by the Indians at Dade's battle came in this morning. He informed General J that Powell had been on his way to join Micanopy.
Lewis, a nigga that was taken at the day battle? Hold on. That don't even make sense. Hold on.
With Lewis. A Negro taken by the Indians at Dade's battle came in this morning. He informed General J.
That don't even make sense that he was taken by the Indians because they talking about Day's battle. Day's battle only was soldiers of the United States. It wasn't no black soldiers. Almost everybody died. Only it was about 4 survivors, 2, 3 survivors, and it was niggas that was already there. So once again, this is another instance on how they try to break up the family and try to make a difference between us by trying to say that some Indians took this nigga during a day battle, but during a day battle it was a massacre. So that didn't even make sense. But we're gonna keep it going.
That Powell had been on his way to join Micanopy with 4 of 500 men, women, and children. But that he had.
So we got Osceola leading 300 to 400 people, which is his peoples. Uh, and just like I say, everybody got their followers. Just like Abraham, Cudjoe, Robert, Micanopy, uh, Tiger Tail. Keep it lit.
Lewis. A Negro taken by the Indians at Dade's battle came in this morning. He informed General J that Powell had been on his way to join Micanopy with 4 of 500 men, women, and children. But that he had heard a report of the intention of General J to execute him and that he had changed the direction of his march and had gone south. The emigration of the Indians will be tedious and difficult if not impracticable. The policy of moving them from the country is doubtful. There is no population pressing upon them. And until that be the case, whatsoever arrangements may be made with the chiefs, the great body of the heard a report of the intention of General J to execute him and that he had changed the direction of his march and had gone south. The emigration of the Indians will be tedious and difficult if not impracticable. The policy of moving them from the country is doubtful. There is no population pressing upon them. And until that be the case, whatsoever arrangements may be made with the chiefs, the great body of the Indians cannot be made sensible of the necessity or justice of
So whenever during this whole journey you seeing Abraham having long conversations with General, um, they are just like
moving
you
them
said.
may be made with the chiefs. The case, whatsoever arrangements may be made.
That's all he is, just making arrangements. You know, he one of the ones that nigga was making arrangements with. So I don't know how niggas keep on pushing this. Oh, he was a slave, slave, slave. I don't know how a slave was making arrangements with a general.
With the chiefs. The great body of the Indians cannot be made sensible of the necessity or justice of removing them from a country so well adapted to their condition. Fourth, opening square bracket question mark closing square bracket, came to see Gel J. Today he says Micanopy's slaves will all be in and will accompany him to the west. Wrote to General.
Just more disrespect for the black man, which I don't even know why he put that in there, which
they not treating them like a slave. I just don't know why they just don't gaffle these certain niggas up and just sell them while they just there. I just don't know why they just not getting gaffled. But it's like I say, because they're leaders and chiefs and making agreements.
Macomb on the subject of the campaign. Wrote to W. Gould of Lieutenant Creighton on the subject of Negroes in the possession of Indians. Case.
Now, what did they just say? Somebody wrote them about niggas being in possession of Indians. No, I know I ain't tripping. Let's bring that back.
In and will accompany him to the West. Wrote to General Macomb on the subject of the campaign. Wrote to W. Gould of Lieutenant Creighton on the subject of Negroes in the possession of Indians.
Negroes in the possession of Indians. So, man, man, I just don't know how I just keep on finding all this crazy ass shit, man. It just, and then niggas will tell me uh, that niggas are slaves, that niggas came over here on a boat, for me to just pick a slave ad. And that's just one of my people. I just gotta pick somebody, and this is just crazy. And when I'm seeing stuff like this, so I know stuff like this was going on before, but when I'm seeing stuff where it's saying that Negroes was in possession of Indians, how long have Negroes been in possession of Indians? Now let's bring that back again, because we've been hearing so much crazy shit throughout these parts. It's just fucking ridiculous that these niggas question what the fuck niggas is over here talking about instead of being on board and trying to do more research with us to prove that niggas was already over here. But niggas want to go against what niggas is doing, and that's fucked up, man. But yeah, niggas is in possession of Indians, and the generals and everybody is riding each other and trying to figure out what the fuck is going on.
Today he says Micanopy's slaves will all be in and will accompany him to the West.
That's bullshit. That's disrespecting black people, but they can't get over the fact there's so much black shit going on down here that they keep on leaking certain little stuff like Black Seminole and I mean Seminole Negro. I mean Indian Negroes. Negro chiefs. Now we got Negroes in possession of Indians. And I just wonder what niggas gonna have to say about that. I guess they're gonna say that niggas was wrong, that this is just one person that's wrong. They really ain't looking at it correctly. I'm pretty sure they're gonna dance around it perfectly to make it sound proper, to make it fit good in their world. But in the real world, we got a general that put his life on the line, that's documenting in his journal and his diary what's going on. And even though that he also disrespected niggas by trying to break up the family and saying the citizen Negroes, but then he also said Indian Negroes, not Indians Negroes or Seminoles Negroes, but just Seminole Negro and Indian Negro, and just making it plain and clear that it's a Negro chief that's heavily influenced named Robert, and the Roberts are still down here flourishing real good. And now we got niggas in possession of Indians.
West. Wrote to General Macomb on the subject of the campaign. Wrote to W. Gould of Lieutenant Creighton on the subject of Negroes in the possession of Indians. Case. Did not the treaty at Payne's Landing absolve the Indians from all obligations to restore slaves and other property taken from citizens previously? The Gov. $7,000 as the amount to be paid for spoliations, and by that act it took the place of the Indians as regards claimants. May 5th. No information from the Seminoles. The emigration is becoming hopeless. Alligator has not returned, and perhaps will not. Jim Boy called to say that. Echo Harjo proposed to visit Powell, who is his relation, and bring him in. Sent out for him, authorized him to go. He will set off in the morning. George, a nephew of Cloud, came in one of his sisters as a prisoner. He has been long anxious to obtain her release with that of her children. General J. permitted him to take them out of the pickets today. He is to have charge of them, and they are to report to the Inspector General twice a week. Informed General J. that Cooley had
So now niggas is on probation, man. What's going on? Let me bring that back, man.
said to the Seminole to go. He will set off in the morning. George, a nephew of Cloud, came in one of his sisters as a prisoner. He has been long anxious to obtain her release with that of her children. General J. permitted him to take them out of the pickets today. He is to have charge of them, and they are to report to the Inspector General twice a week. Informed General J. that Cooley had said to the Seminoles that there was an island near the place where he formerly resided, to which if they would retire, General J. would not be able to follow them, and they could then remain in the country. By the way, Cooley was over in the Georgia penitentiary for stealing Negroes. He is a cunning knave.
So now we got another white boy giving their tactics on how they swindled a lot of black people throughout the world, and a lot of black people in America, and how a lot of black people got shifted around by white boys saying little stuff like, we can go to an island and these other white boys ain't gonna mess with you if you come over here, but once you come over here it's a whole different program, and they done took you to a slave farm and did a whole bunch of goofy shit with you. The same tactic, just the same dude that is, they say is a slave, that they say is an Indian trader. So he's an Indian trader. So I don't know how he's trading Indians when they so-called stopped that in the 1720s. But he was a slave trader, and he really tried to do something with black people, and just like you say, he was in prison in Georgia for doing too much, backdooring other white people, and that's why he got locked up, pretty sure. And yeah, they been playing a dirty game.
And seems to be a kind of head man in Florida. He is keeper of the lighthouse near stealing Negroes. He is Cooley was over in the Georgia penitentiary. By the way, Cooley was over in the Georgia penitentiary for stealing Negroes. He is a cunning knave. And seems to be a kind of head man in Florida. He is keeper of the lighthouse near Cape Florida, lost his family by the Indians, and was employed by Lieutenant Powell when he explored the Everglades. As a pilot, May 6th, Echo Harjo called with McQueen to receive his final instructions. He was furnished with tobacco for presents and with horses to carry them. John Kowaya's sister, a prisoner, applied to be permitted to leave the pickets, but her request was refused in consequence of the bad conduct of her relations. John Hoponi applied for permission for a part of Charlie Emathla's family to go to their former residence to look for property which they had left. They are permitted to go accompanied by Yoholo Harjo. Yarja and Noka Harjo visited J. Today they report their men to be very sickly. 7. Wrecked dispatches from Lieutenant Colonel Harney, announcing the arrival at Fort Mellon of Powell and Hicks. The chiefs assembled had a council which resulted favorably. They were to be ready to depart in a week from the 4th instat. Past Midshipman W. Glocklin relieved from duty and ordered to Washington. May 8th. Georgia and other chiefs called on business. They were curious to know when they could be allowed to retire to their homes. Captain Page came in from Micanopy's camp. No news from Halatucci. The messenger from Fort Mellon reports that Sam Jones had been in and would come on down to Tampa. 9. Directed that the garrison and stores be withdrawn from Fort Clinch. Part of the subsistence be taken to Fort King, the remainder, with all property except ordnance stores, to be brought to this place. The ordnance stores to go to Mount Vernon Arsenal. Jim Boy and Antonio expressed a desire to see General J tomorrow on business, and the general assented and appointed 10 o'clock a.m. to see them. 10. Micanopy, Jumper and other chiefs came in. The spoke of the delay of their people. General J informed them that a party must move by the 20th instant, that Cloud's people should go, and Antonios, if they could be gotten ready, they reported to be in on the 12th within. Jumper and Antonio, both drunk, sent Lieutenant Crossman with a boat and 4 vessels to the mouth of Withlacoochee to remand the stores. Arranged with Captain Crabb to send the U-State steamer to Pensacola for repairs. General JRECD letters from his family. 11. John Hoponi came in on business. He had conversed with Jumper and Cloud's nephew. The latter proposed to accompany the party that should first depart, leave it at Mobile Point, and return for others. Allowed John Hoponi to send out for some Creek families. Wrote to General McComb in relation to the staff of the Georgia, Alabama and South Carolina volunteers. Wrote to the Surgeon General in relation to the want of medical assistance. Gave order that the sutlers should not deal with Indian Negroes except by the permission of the Indian agent or assistant, and that the prisoners must have the permission of the Inspector General or.
Once again, Indian Negroes, not Indians, Negroes, just Indian Negroes. A description of those Indians is they niggas, but they Indians. It's a difference. That's the Aboriginal, that's the American, and it's a difference. Got a different look. We do different things. Yeah, it's like I say, it's different. So let me bring that back.
In relation to the want of medical assistance. Gave order that the sutlers should not deal with Indian Negroes except by the permission of the Indian agent or assistant, and that the prisoners must have the permission of the Inspector General or the Provost Marshal. May 12th. Sent off a number of broken down horses, about 200 RECD dispatches from Fort Mellon. General Armistead had arrived there. The Indians had gone out to collect some of their scattered people, and the Negroes captured during the war. Information had been received that some of them had been taken and would be soon delivered at Fort Mellon. Expected the Seminole chiefs today. They have not come. No reliance to be placed on the Micanopy, Jumper, and several chiefs came in. They had heard from Halatucci and Alligator. The former had been ordered to come in without delay, and the latter was ordered to be in by the 20th. The Negroes are also positively ordered in. The arrangement is that a party is to be sent off on the 20th. Colonel Henderson came in. May 13th. ordered that the naval garrison be withdrawn. The Marine Corps is to relieve it. Colonel Henderson charged with the military arrangements necessary to carry the order into effect. May 14th. Information received by Lieutenant Cochrane of the Indians planting potatoes and repairing their huts. Major Thompson ordered to send a detachment to destroy the crops, burn the houses, and capture or drive out the Indians or Negroes. Also to kill the horses and cattle. Wrecked by two Miccosukes. Lieutenant Colonel Harney, the original of a communication of the 4th instant, a duplicate of which was RECD on the 7th by 2 Creek Indians. There is the same difference in all the acts of the two people. The Creeks will do as much in a week as the Seminoles in a month. 15. Micanopy came in today. He expresses himself out of patience with his people in sequence of their delay in coming in the campaign. It is to be feared as a failure. The Seminoles will not come in without the application of force. And it is now too late in the season to operate in this country. 2 of Jim Boy's Indians who had accompanied.
Yo, how's that not black people, man? How's that not us, man? The only thing we understand is pain, man. That's the only thing. That's the only way you can make a nigga understand is pain. That's the only thing niggas understand is pain. By force. Come on, man. That's crazy.
Lieutenant
They just
out
spilling the
of patience
beans.
with his people in sequence of their delay in coming in the campaign. It is to be feared as a failure. The Seminoles will not come in without the application of force. And it is now too late in the season to operate in this country. 2 of Jim Boy's Indians who had accompanied Lieutenant Bainbridge came in with dispatches. They reported that they had seen an Indian who accompanied Colonel Lane as a guide, and escaped from him in October. He informed them that he would come in if the other Indians should come. But if any remained out, he would stay out also. 16. John Hoponi came to inform General J that he had received information from Indians that whiskey had been sold or given to the Seminoles near Fort Mellon, and that injurious consequences had resulted from it. He also stated that a good deal of drinking was going on in Micanopy's camp. Dispatched the Miccosukes who brought letters from Fort Mellon with a letter to Lieutenant Colonel Harney. Sent dispatches to General Armistead and Lieutenant Colonel Harney via Volusia. May 17th. Wrecked letters from home. Wrote to the Ceci of War, General Macomb, and his Adjutant General. Saw Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield in relation to service in the Creek country. Saw the ASTQ Master in relation to the transportation of the Alabama Volunteers in the steamboat Merchant to Apalachicola. 18. Colonel Henderson came in today and relieved Captain Crabb. The captain proceeds with his command, in the steamboat Merchant, to his ship. Echo Harjo and McQueen, who went on the 6th to Burl in Coy Harjo, came in and reported this morning. They proceeded by the trail to Hitchapuxasa, crossed that place half a day's journey, and were informed by Indians whom they met that it would be necessary to go around the cypress hammock. They did so and came up with Powell near the St. John's in 4 days. The Indian who was to have acted as a guide from Micanopy's camp failed to accompany them. They spent 4 days at Powell's camp, saw Coy Harjo, Coacucci, and Sam Jones there. They and Powell remained. Echo Harjo to inform General Jesup that they had with great difficulty collected the body of the nation. But that some of their people were still out. They would collect them as soon as possible and move into Tampa and go immediately off, that their faces were turned to the west and they would not change the direction they had taken. Coy Harjo declared it to be his wish to the country assigned to him as soon as possible. He had visited it and was pleased with it. Powell desired him to inform General J that he rejoiced at the return of peace. He had great difficulty in finding his people and collecting them together. He had been delayed but would be sure to come in. He has great difficulty in consequence of sinister reports from Tampa Bay. He says the Seminoles, and particularly the Miccosukees, are like a gang of wild hogs. You fire at them and they scatter. With some difficulty they are reassembled. Approach them, they scatter again, and you have to take hogs away them. And it will then be a long time before you can tame them so as to drive them. The Indians had been scattered by the troops on peace being made by the chiefs. Most of them were collected. The reports from Tampa were like shots and scattered them again. They have collected most of them and are taming them. But some time must elapse before they can be perfectly reassured. Jim Boy applied to be allowed to go to Captain Burns' rancho for the purpose of bringing away a relation of old Moniac. May 19th. Yoholo Harjo, who had been out to Homosassa, returned this morning and reported that he had, according to the orders of General J., examined the whole of that section of country and that there were no Indians, and no signs of any. He found a horse and their ponies which he brought in. Lieutenant Bainbridge reported his return from a survey of the route to Camp Izard and thence to Fort Dade. Distance to Fort Izard is 81 miles. Thence to Fort Dade, miles. A Creek Indian who had left the regiment that winter found and brought in. Jumper came in. He informed General J that a portion of the Seminoles were very sickly and that many of them had died, among them several chiefs. May 20th. An express has arrived from General Armistead and Lieutenant Colonel Harney. The Seminoles had not come in, nor had they delivered any Negroes. General Armistead had sent 2 officers of his staff, with 2 Indian chiefs, to communicate with Powell. The general believes from information received from the Indians that many persons here are interested.
They still trying to get out Osceola. Niggas still ain't. Abraham was supposed to bring in some niggas months ago. Niggas still ain't brought no niggas in. Because that's family. Y'all trying to make a difference now. Y'all trying to play into these Indian agents, and that's why when we got out here, they planned to do a raid on us out here. But it didn't go how it went. They ended up getting just a few, but it didn't go how it went. And hundreds ended up going to Mexico. We've been back and forth. Some ended up going to Kansas. You know what I'm saying? They been playing dirty. Shit crazy, man.
Interested in preventing very sickly and that many of them had died, among them several chiefs. May 20th. An express has arrived from General Armistead and Lieutenant Colonel Harney. The Seminoles had not come in, nor had they delivered any Negroes. General Armistead had sent 2 officers of his staff, with 2 Indian chiefs, to communicate with Powell. The general believes from information received from the Indians that many persons here are interested in preventing the Indians from coming in. Lieutenant Call H thinks that General A has committed an error by sending out. May 21st. Additional dispatches from General Armistead and Lieutenant Colonel Harney. Coy Harjo had been in. Powell had moved forward towards Tampa. Coy Harjo would remove in about a week. Wrecked. A message from Halatucci. He promises to be in with all his people in 13 days. An Alabama chief came in from Cape Florida. He reports that all the people in that quarter are moving and will be in with Halatucci. He told a story of a snake as large as a Micanopy, and Jumper came in. They have heard from Alligator. He promised to join in 3 days. Wrote to Governor Call, to General Armistead, and to the adjutant general, to whom copies of a part of the correspondence in relation to the Creek campaign was forwarded. May 22nd. Micanopy stayed last night at headquarters with his wife. He breakfasted and dined with General J. Captain Page called and reported that Alligator had sent in 5 broken days, and that he would be in 5 days. Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield called and took leave. He was authorized to change his route on his arrival at Noonanville. Colonel Henderson ordered to Washington. with Dr. Carney, Captain Howell, and LTs. Stark and Long, 23rd. A member of the Pease Creek Indians have come in with 17 Negroes. Captain Cross men returned from Fort Clinch with part of the stores from that depot.
So we got the Peace Creek, huh? So they then did they hunting niggas and doing all type of goofy ass shit. It's like I say, these niggas is coming from Alabama, and these niggas is coming from Tennessee, coming from somewhere else. They ain't niggas is goofy. Let's see what they did again.
How Colonel Henderson ordered to Washington, with Dr. Carney, Captain Howell, and LTs. Stark and Long, 23rd. A member of the Pease Creek Indians have come in with 17 Negroes. Captain Cross men returned from Fort Clinch with part of the stores from that depot. No Indians had been seen there for several months past, and no signs of any. May 24th. J determined to hold the Apalachicola Indians accountable for any outrages committed by the fugitive Creeks and wrote to Gov. Call requesting him to cause such information to be given to the Indians. Rect. Dispatches from Lieutenant Colonel Harney. He had been informed by a Seminole that there were many Negroes on the St. John's above Fort Mellon. Lieutenant Payton has been dispatched to explore the river towards its source. The country about Fort Mellon represented to be sandy, covered with pines, and dotted with small cypress swamps and live oak hammocks. May 25th. Jim Boy came with 4 of his men, who are going out to communicate with Creeks who came to Florida last summer, and invite them to come in. General J gave them their instructions and they departed. Captain Page came in from Micanopy's camp, and reported that a runner had came to that chief with information that Coacuchi and Alligator with a large party would be in tomorrow or next day. May 26th. John Hoponi and Tustenuji Harjo came in today and reported that whiskey or gin had been taken into the Seminole camp. And many of their people had been made drunk. They said their people thought it hard that the Seminoles should have whiskey to drink and the Creeks should be denied. Promised to investigate the matter. Ascertained that Bunny took the Indian families away without the consent or even knowledge of the agent. Wrecked information that Powell could not succeed in obtaining the consent of the Miccosukis to emigrate, and that they would probably become hostile. May 27th. Alligator's broken days expired yesterday. Nothing has been heard from him. He is evidently trifling and no doubt intends to remain out and perhaps become hostile. Gave orders to the different forts to be on the alert. The steamer Izard arrived today. Governor Call was on board, also Lieutenant Vinton, Colonel Fitzpatrick, W. Hawkins, Dr. Randolph. The boat was commanded by E.J. Wood, who brought it hither to deliver it to the U States. Wrecked a letter from General Reed, with a present of champagne. Call. Wood brought J some ice. Major Graham called to inform General J of the arrival of part of Alligator's band. May 28th. Wrecked. Dispatches from Colonel Harney from Fort Mellon. A party of Negroes had surrendered who give information that Micanopy has been disposed, and that Abiaka is now the principal chief of the nation, that the Indians had resolved not to emigrate, and would fight if the attempt was made to force them off. Communicated the information to Governor Call, and made a requisition on him for 300 mounted men. Sent dispatches to General Armitage.
So it looked like they still tripping. He had to make a call for 300 more, man. It's still going down.
Major Nelson, Major Whiting, Major Childs. Major Thompson. Required a sentinel at my quarters for the first time during the war. May 29th. Governor Call took leave of General J last night. They conversed until a late hour. Major Vinton called last night for final instructions. He is to go to Pensacola to conduct the operations of the Q Masters Department west of Apalachicola. The steamboat grounded last night and the governor is necessarily detained. Nothing heard from Alligator, nor from the principal part of his band. The governor asked for cartridges, rifle powder, and flints. General J promised to furnish him. May 30th. The governor called early this morning, breakfasted with General J, discussed with him a plan for the defense of the frontier during the summer. General J made a requisition on him for troops to be stationed west of the Sewanee. He promised to make every effort to sustain General J and to furnish all the troops he should find necessary. He departed about 10 o'clock on his return home.
So that's it right there. We got a lot of gems up in there, a lot of little diamonds in the rough up in there, man, for the peoples, man. We're gonna keep the studies going. This is the General Jesup Diary of the Second Seminole War. I'm just to get up out of here, man. Y'all have a good one. I appreciate everybody tapping in. Milestone Thoughts. He can't be bought. We got Engine Radio. He'll give you a halo. We got 305 War Chief firing up the green leaf. Appreciate everybody coming through. We got talking with Ty Sam. He coming through Broham. Appreciate everybody tapping in, man. Real talk, man. This was a good little bill. We got Marquise. You know he coming through, firing up the green leaf. And I'm supposed to get up out of here. I'll probably go live later on tonight, sometime today. Might open up the hole in the wall, have a dialogue within this little information or whatever information there is want to touch on. But have a good one.
I wish you were here. How I wish you were here. Too many deaths in the family, everybody around me are dropping like flies, and it's making me crazy. Another year, another one pass. Man, I'd rather see you locked up than dead in that body, yeah. But now they gone to a better place. But it would never be the same if you ain't standing face to face. Everybody sheds a tear when it goes down. But long as you reminiscing, you know they still around. So drop your head to the church song. And for the ones that can't take it, but them you gotta stay strong. Some call it a miracle, some call it a blessing. Call it what you want, but the homie still led me. And now we gone to them stars above. Them golden gates can't wait to let him in and show him love. I reminisce, so I shed a tear. Shouts out the tiny half dead, wishing you was here. I wish you were here. I wish you were here. How I wish you were here. I wish you were here.
Now I'm back up in the hood on a Tuesday. I got to say rest in peace to Pumpkin and 8, babe. Lil Dougie Radio and Slap Rock, y'all got guts. And my relative James, aka OGP Nut. Ricky One Wiener meeting Lil Boulay, y'all got love. From Green Eyes, Westside, Equal Family, Gangsta Blood. And like Red Rum said, all dogs go to heaven. And that's on the 4A block, not deuce and 7. What's up, Young Lee, Slow Mo, Smurf, and Frankie, B-Lo, Taco Havoc, and the homegirl Goldie. Killer, hey baby, Lil J and Lil Bangin' and Dog and all my homies from the family gang. And I can't forget about the 10 and the 4 Mafia Riders, Lil Hawk, Doc Nutty, Basper, and Spider. Be blood in the woods, that moves stick together. YG, Green Eyes, Inglewood forever.
I wish you were here. I wish you were here. How I wish you were here. I wish you were here.
It's much love to the MIP. Slap Rock, Jackie B, Lil Rock, Stacy. Python, Rampage, everybody was strapped. Now my loved one's gone and they never coming back. It's a no fact, I got an active fool to restrain. All that pain, West Side M gang. Lil Hawkin, that's PYGB Riders. Big Bizarro and Red, I dump his slugs inside you. Morphs in peace.
I wish you were here. I wish you were here. How I wish you were here. I wish you were here. Memories of many homies left dead in the streets, or casualties of my homies caught without their heat. Fatalities left my young partner dead in the casket. The first shot pop dropped my luck when they blasted, and right now to this day it still hurts. So when I reminisce on tiny hair, I put in work and leave another memory of a dead trick. And I be scoping like a sharpshooter with the 30-06. Hennessy keeps my mind kinda glossy. I choke on that endo smoke, man, I miss my low. And love and memory of tiny hair. My homie Rock T, my young player partner Tasu. After death, my little young girl. Big Free, and I'm out.
I wish you were here. How I wish you were here. I wish you were here. Dynasty Dave, Melanie Drive, unforgettable brother. Hope you ride, Market Mill, Money Long, get Vince another. Devil Warren, cuz D.I.P. 9/11 dropping beats for the Compton 86.
My homie, rest in peace. I need to send a little shout out to let y'all know that folks I still thought about. Put your homie left against the bone and beat your face. I wish he was here. I said he is still this very day.
Back down off your lane, it's the YG. Big little hawks representing CMG to the day that I die, like my homies did, like we promised to. Ever since we was kids, I'ma ride for this. I will die for this. I got a tear on my eye, cause I even cried for this. Ride, slide through the west side, thinking to myself, will I live or will I die? Cause this gang banging drama ain't to be taken for no joke. And I'm hoping that you hear me, blood your ear is to hear me. It's the B-Core, G-Core, Inglewood's crazy. You can't fade this, and this is why I made this to be. The capital S-H-I and to the T, it's that YG little hawker in my dog, SP. Woo, woo.
I wish you were here. I wish you were here. How I wish you were here. I wish you were here. I wish you were